Welcome to session number 20 of Tears of the Kingdom. We had a bit of a bonus session earlier in the day, which I said would be extremely rare, but we've done it at least 3 times already. But that's just the kind of game this is. Anyway, fingers are snapping on our weapon here as our stats are unchanged since the previous session when it comes to shrines and Koroks, since we have been in the depths the whole time. So, same as before, 45 shrines, 151 Koroks, and newly acquired one of these things, one of these 4 that have been slotted in here after having spent entirely too much time trying to hunt for some of the others. We're going to continue that hunt. We're going to revisit some of the locations where I had apparently missed something. And we're going to see if we can perhaps resolve some of these missing objects. So we've done one already. We did one on each side that involved this slightly misplaced track. In fact, we have a blueprint here that has this fan off center. We have to fix it. We're going to fix it right now. Oh, I suppose when you build the whole thing from blueprints, then you can't actually disassemble it for parts. Okay, that kind of makes sense considering that otherwise you would just use it to spawn double batteries or double rockets in the middle of nowhere, so I guess you can't just do that. Or that there is some kind of expiry on it. I did not realize that. And now we do. Anyway, so this one is done. We have 3 more. And we had a lot of trouble finding them. I don't know that we actually were ever properly positioned over this one in the West Chasm. But we searched high and low in the South Chasm, couldn't find it. Searched rather casually in the original location here, couldn't find anything there either. So I think we're going to go back to this one, just to start. Because now we have a better idea of what our search radius is going to be, as well as the objects are going to be set up for us to discover them. So let's go back upstairs, and let's just continue from there. So yeah, we don't know how to use this. It seems like it might be a point that allows you to progress further up, but we were there previously and it did not give me any sort of entry through the ceiling. So I'm not exactly sure. I think that might just be the chimney from the foundry here. And so yeah, if that's the case, that's just entirely decorative. I'm not actually convinced we can ride it up, though maybe with a balloon we'll get hot air or something. Anyway, Forge Construct. It's kind of too bad that we don't seem to have a crystal refinery here for extending our battery. But I guess that will have to come later. We do have a large zonite charges as something that we can exchange 1 apiece here or 3 apiece here. I guess we would need 5 of these to get 100, which maybe we should do before we leave here. We'll be back here many times, of course, but it would kind of make sense to stock these up as much as possible, because I believe it's crystallized charges in multiples of 100 that are going to get us to battery upgrades when we do eventually get there. So we'll see if we can make that happen. And in the meantime, we're going to see if we can return to this location here. Manually, of course. We're not doing fast travel or anything like that. And of course, it's an open question as to how I'm going to get out of the depths without the paraglider, or without much of anything. I would assume that maybe there are going to be updraft locations that might send you through with the glider, but I kind of wonder what our options will be for ascending through the ceiling otherwise, because we haven't discovered that yet, and it might be some time before we do. I'm sure there is a way, but we'll just have to explore the entirety of the depths perhaps to find that out. Also, audio is dead already, which is why we get the stream running and try to solve this right away, so give me one moment. We had some pretty severe synchronization issues In yesterday's session, we had audio kind of off by several seconds for a couple hours at a time, and nobody bothered to complain to me, which is why we didn't manage to fix it, but we are going to try to avoid those production issues if we can, because they are incredibly annoying and spoil all kinds of good footage, like some of the boss kills that we got yesterday, by just making them sonically incomprehensible. Now, this is interesting in that this cavern here looks like it could potentially... no, this is just a lamp. Okay. I was hoping that it would have an ascend point for me, but... It is, however, just back to the location that we started in, and we should go directly underneath where the chasm marker is, and... As I was saying, I think, you know, it seems very much like the depths... While they technically match up to the map in the overworld, they do follow a different scale. Also, yeah, hang on, sound is still not repaired, so give me one moment, I'll try to find a more permanent fix. And we'll see if we can get this to actually behave today. Because it has been a pretty severe issue. Despite our recent efforts to repair it, which did seem to go well for a while at least, but that seems much less cooperative than it used to. So we know what the drop location looked like for the last object I found. It was actually precisely this kind of lamp, and a couple of posts around it that marked the object's landing point. But we don't see it here. Which makes me wonder if it was reset or moved somehow, because this was exactly the kind of structure that we had successfully light up the object previously. So we're looking for something that looks like an eye, like the Sheikah eye. And it should have successfully fallen down here, directly from the chasm above, I want to say, but where is it? Yeah, right here. Notice that you have a bunch of gloom marking drop position. That if we scan around, we should be able to see it, but apparently not. It should be somewhere kind of within this cone, though. And the fact that we haven't seen it makes me wonder where else we should check. I mean, we have a couple of other lamps here. I think we might just have to maybe go up this pillar and see if maybe it fell at a higher elevation. I thought I checked something like that, but we were not really entirely successful in locating that. But anyway, here's a shaft. You would think that anything that drops down here would be visible from this location. But alas, we haven't found it, and it should be detectable by the Ultra Hand because it is something that we can pick up. Maybe it was just kind of lost among those other objects, but I'm not clear on this at all. Because we fell down this shaft, maybe it got caught somewhere else above. And that seems kind of unusual given that, you know, we had a very easy drop point to locate when it came to the one that we did find. Also, I want to see if this ceiling is ascendable. Right beside the chasm where it opens up. I think we had checked that previously and determined that it wasn't, but we never really know. Yeah, looks like... Well, I don't know if we'll have any kind of safe landing location up there, but I do wonder if I just need to go back up to the overworld and drop the objects again or something, because it seemed like it might be the case, but then we successfully found that first one, and so now I feel like that lamp down below that you see at the bottom of the screen, that is where landing location should have been. Okay, we're also going to totally run out of stamina before we can complete this maneuver. That's not great. Perhaps we'll take a little bit of stamina food just to make the descent properly. Also because we'll need a little bit of gloom recovery here anyway. Yeah, maybe just a tiny bit of that. On the other hand, no, maybe we can just take the drop and cling to the wall. Do things that way. Okay, that was a dangerous climb, but we made it. Just barely. So we saw that light down below at one of these objects. It was not this lamp, it was the other one. And how come I can't see what to pick up? Because it should have fallen directly in this area. Is there something that we need to disperse or uncover or remove? Not clear. But we determined from the previous location that so long as it can fall down directly, we should be able to find it. And it would make sense for it to be right next to these vehicles at this point too, because then we would be able to construct something to carry it over. But then why can't I see it? Where has it gone? We spent far too long on this last stream as well, but finding the first of those objects did give me a kind of renewed confidence to search the same way we had been doing before. Because we know that it is supposed to be close. It is supposed to be right on the dot here. I've thrown 4 of the eyes into the chasms and brought one of them, so it should detect that one of them has already been checked. So why hasn't it? Do we need to uncover something? Remove it from the gloom, perhaps? Although we don't actually know how to disperse that. Is there something? No. Is there something on the shelf here that is relevant? No? Lights, wings. I don't see it. I absolutely don't see it. Would it have been trapped much further up? Let's look upstairs again. Maybe see locations that are well lit, as opposed to surrounding them. Some other indication that things are actually recoverable. We have the skeletal horse here. I think we had tamed this one previously. So yeah, chasm comes down. Wonder if it's something all the way up there. You would think it's easy to see if it's close by like the previous dropped object. But if we can't find it, we'll need to determine how. We had checked the enemy camp. That was something that had occurred to me. I suppose all this loop here might also be somewhat relevant, but now we're too far off at this point. It should have come right down the shaft. Right down the shaft. Why don't we see it? Why do we not see it? Maybe we need to check a second point first. Like perhaps this one. That we had also been to. We couldn't find it here either. And it wasn't clear to me how low to look. But the thing that got me was that this one was so easy. It was directly under that drop point in the way that you would find completely intuitive. I don't know if there's maybe something I need to do to uncover it, or something I need to lift, or remove. Why can't we find it? Is this it? No, this is just a rock. And that's just a base, which we've cleared. And probably are not still able to loot, although let's blow this up with an explosive and see if that's actually the case. Anything. Not really. Stones galore. Well, we can try to take the skeletal horse again and see if it gives me any headway, but again, remarkably, we still don't see it. Yeah, I think we have to check West Chasm first, because it's not clear to me why we're not seeing it. I think we had tried Ascension up here previously, but let's check this side just in case. Because of course if I can get out of the depths somehow, then we could do the object toss again. But again, you know, the quest tells me that everything's down, and we did find an object that had been loaded down here already, so I don't see really what the problem is. Also, let's see if we can ascend through here. We cannot. Even though it should be within my vertical range, so we know that we can't just get out that way. Even ascend has the limitations, it seems, when it comes to the distance that it's able to cover. One thing I want to do at some point is assign a balloon and flame emitter to a blueprint so we can actually produce more force zonite. That we lit up already. Yeah, let's just uncover more of the map and see. We had been to the east side, but we hadn't lit it up, and again, this shaft here, if it had dropped anything at all, it'd be somewhere along this column. And yet, there's no obvious location where an object falling down there could have been trapped. So what is the issue? And we have climbed up there previously to try that. Something just gets stuck. Or is there something else that I need to fulfill before we can see it? I mean, it was just lying in the open. The other one that we found so far. It really should be somewhere here. Alright, we have to check. Where's that horse? Skeletal horse that we found on the way up. Came up this way. And okay. Well, let's see if we can go around the west side. Eventually, too. East Gerudo Chasm. South Lome, yeah, that takes you up to the labyrinth. That's an interesting idea as well, because one thing that we discovered about both of the labyrinths that we've uncovered so far is that the descent into the depths was actually gated off at the time, which seems to imply to me that I have to unlock them from below. And if I have to unlock them from below, perhaps it is possible to exit from below. And that's the kind of reasoning we're applying here. So yeah, we did the east side previously. What we didn't see was any kind of light. Grab some more currency. And then we'll see what we can do. Grove of Time. That's potentially something quite new. Let's see. And oh, there's a tree. Oh, want to toast it? Yeah, we can. And then I think Rishu should be able to finish it off for me once it burns. I'll just kind of keep her within range and make sure the bomb flower doesn't ignite. Great, nice and cost efficient. Now we're gonna ditch the bone here and grab a sturdy thick stick. Probably put a rock in it too. We need a mining weapon now that the Talus Hammer has been taken out of action. Where's that horse? Here it is. And we know that it can cross the gloom, which is nice. That's quite a lot of trees in a grove. Don't know if there's anything special to do here. We'll just explore it a little bit and see if there's anything else to uncover. We are looking for the next lighting location if we can. Love that we can just check these as we ride. And yeah, there we go. That's next one right over there, as long as we have a clear path towards it. Probably the easiest way to do this, in fact. And let's light up the night. If we used a horse, we can actually rather quickly, I think, uncover much of the depths map, depending on the terrain. Feels good to be mapping again, something that we have not been doing in the main world since we lack the appropriate device on the Burapad. Dispel the darkness, yeah, that's fine. And we had previously uncovered this, and that's fine. We might as well continue circling around. Seems like the terrain does kind of cut off here, but there is an overland passage that takes you up top. And perhaps that gives me the correct elevation to get around over to the West Plateau. Failing that, we've discovered quite a few other potential entry and exit points, but it does make sense to kind of move towards figuring out what the link up is with the labyrinth, and also just scanning this area again to see if we have any headway on where the object might have dropped. So let's just continue and yeah, kind of go south and take a right. Just do a bit of a radial search. Oh, this is interesting here too. That we can go up quite a ways. In fact, it might be well worth searching. Because it seems like this is another chasm drop point. Possibly one that we have not uncovered in the main world yet. We didn't actually look at this one from above, I don't think. So who knows what it might interact with, and whether we get discovery from down here, I doubt it, but certainly something to look at. Now let's see if we can go up. Again, we haven't really been given the opportunity to ascend anywhere, so... Oh, I also kind of see something down there as well. Kind of a nice view now that some of this has been lit up. Also, audio is really buggy today. Let's give it a fix. Yeah, we had a pretty good afternoon session when it came to the technical quality of the stream, but it seems like it's been acting up once again, so. We'll see if it actually sticks this time. Without too much latency or other trouble. Don't know if we can stand here. Oh, no, hang on. With a bit of a slip, perhaps. But if we can move up towards the point over there, where we seem to meet the drop point from the chasm, perhaps that gives me some kind of insight. We don't know which chasm this is. We didn't explore it previously, but if we're able to stand here, then let's see what we can do. Just over here. Yeah, this is standing a bit too close to gloom, I think. Don't want to stand on the gloom, obviously. That creates problems. Nope. Okay, well, we should look at what the landing point is there. Partly to see if it is a safe landing point in case we recover this entry position at some time. We should figure out which landing zones are comparatively safe when it comes to dropping in without the parachute. Kind of drops you down. Where's that hut? We'll see, because it's almost as though this game is designed around the possibility that almost any of the chasms could be somebody's first when they choose to dive into the depths and explore from there, so apart from the ones that are formally gated off, like the ones at the labyrinths. So we can see. once we perhaps work our way back down to where we left the horse, if the horse is in fact still stored in that location. Yeah, here's a vehicle assembly point. That's going to be a rather important consideration. Yeah, because that drops you right down. There's this zone over here, pretty much right towards this pillar, but if it is a water landing, we need to know that. I don't think it is. That's something pretty unique to the well that we dropped into in the first place. But we'll check it. It's important to know. Yeah, because it looks like drop point takes you right here to this tower. And from there, that's nothing. Bunch of lights over there, though. That might be worth checking. Let's get on the horse again. And we'll just go for another ride. If we can. Looks like that one's not lit up yet. So we can certainly head up over there. That's actually an easy one to hit. Does he respond to the whistle? I don't know. Actually, we see a couple of bulbs already. Oh. Maybe everything responded to the whistle in a way that wasn't the best idea, but... that's okay, we'll just whack it all. Alright, so much for the whistling. Do we want to step in the gloom to grab that? Nah, probably not, but it'll be brief. And we were already gloomy. And we're right by a light bulb, so whatever. Not a big deal. I would mark this one. Hang on. Doesn't look right. Like that's much further. Yeah. We'll just follow that trail and light up the night. Yeah, let's just spend this time mapping until we can make some headway on the items that we're trying to uncover. As long as we don't walk off too many cliff sides along the way. Oh, there's an encampment. Another pose over there we can't pick up yet because it's currently a little bit unavailable. But we'll just crack as many of these as we can see. And perhaps we'll at least get a good chunk of this place mapped out, even if we don't yet figure out the quest. I mean, it may be the case that we just need to look at the plateau and the overworld again just to confirm what went on with the object drops. But okay. Likewise, if we just continue to hit node after node on this upper elevation, I think we'll be largely fine. And yeah, we just built a marker. That's great. This is much easier with the horse. Don't need to worry about terrain so much as long as we don't have drops in elevation. And I think for the most part the light routes are pretty well elevated, such that we shouldn't need to worry too much. As long as we gauge distance accurately. Don't fall off any cliffs. Ram into any trees. We just do this in the dark and it'll be just fine, in fact. For the most part. Okay, there we go once again. We do have a chasm to our right to be aware of. And so we'll have to figure out how to cross that. Given that it is potentially a significant obstruction. Let's see, it's actually not a chasm necessarily, it might just be the cliffside. But we'll see what the nature of that terrain is when we actually get to it. Yeah. It's not like we need to stop for core puzzles or anything, so for the most part, we'll just continue dashing around and seeing what we have to deal with. May in fact be a chasm, so we'll get over to the cliffside and check. Also, do we in fact have a stone nearby for mining purposes? Not really. I suppose I would grab a hard object over there and use it as a club. And that might be a solution. You know what, let's just do that. We don't even need them as vehicle parts necessarily. We'll just grab something to use as a hard object to beat other things with. I wonder if we can just use a wheel club. Whether small wheel bat, okay. It's classified as a bat, I don't know if that'll work. Maybe if we use the fan. And guster, well of course it's a guster. Yeah, of course it's a guster. Those panels would also probably be gusters, given that they're panels. Some kind of hard object. Even a wing, I think it's just too flat. Soaring stick. I don't remember what that does actually. I doubt it would break things for me. Maybe it would. Yeah, these panels would just be guster panels, I'm sure, but what about the mine carts? Whoops. Hang on. Let's just bring it down. It's meant to be used in conjunction with a wing, obviously, but sturdy thick stick with the minecart if we can. Yeah, it's a guster panel, as we might have expected. Alright, let's switch this. This is kind of experimental anyway. Interesting that it's powered. Also, let's patch up the sound. Yeah, this has been several times already this stream. Let's see if we can fix it. We've been attempting a couple of new fixes just to get things in order, but the performance this time has been pretty significantly worse, actually. Whereas we've had a couple of other streams lately without incident. Okay, let's try it now. Still not entirely clear to me why this device is powered when you're using it as a bat, but might be something element to it that I just haven't recognized yet. Okay, there's a rock finally. That's what we've been looking for all this time. Now we have a mining weapon. For wherever we left that horse. Okay, choo-choo, yes, we actually do want some materials here. Also, we can just do a toss. We don't... Yeah. Ice seems a little more desperate right now. Yeah. It's just a 1-for-1 though, not very efficient. Oh wait, we have a mining weapon. That's what we came here to get in the first place. Excellent. Dash attack there to get things rolling. Who got spooked this time? Yeah, we put a lot of gloom to heal up here. So, we can use some gloom food, but it's better since we're here to just stand under the light, I think. Use that to do a quick heal. Just get some hearts back, and then eventually we'll need to heal the health itself, but for the time being, let's see what's going on here. So it looks like it is maybe just a hard cliffside. I bet it just doesn't like to descend here either. Yeah, doubt it. And of course, we're playing with Pro mode without the minimap, but if you look at a minimap, it does make it abundantly obvious, I think, that that's what you have to do. And yeah, a couple crossing points that we have to deal with here. This looks interesting. Maybe that's just under the Colosseum, now that I look at it, although we didn't find a way to go down from the Colosseum, so maybe it's just a bit of an equivalent. Actually, we can check. Yeah, it's the Colosseum. So, this is kind of an analogous layout. There probably is something to fight in there, but we'll worry about it later. So we can follow this passage back along here and maybe map our way back to the west side before we proceed. I think that's a better idea. Is to progress in a radial fashion because we'll need to check that part of the mine anyway. We just kind of hug the wall here until we see somewhere to progress. Being able to whack these in a single hit with that plus rock is quite nice. Except now it's badly damaged. We'll just need to get something else. Okay. Getting those in a single hit is certainly quite nice now, so. We'll just take that and we'll see how things progress from here. And oh, there's a Lionel, like a dark Lionel. We're not prepared to take it. No way. We can barely hit the light Lionels. We're very low in food supply, so let's just mark it as a skull. Yeah, we're not doing that yet. We had a huge scrap with Lionel. We've defeated one so far in this file. But defensively, which is much too weak to take it. However, we could probably still go around it and keep on progressing. Oh, let's cancel, please. Where's you? Where are you? Cancel. Yeah, we'll just go around it. They might chase, but hopefully it won't nuke me. We do want to hug the wall though and stay on this elevation for the time being. Yeah, it's not going to chase that far, so. We should actually pick up some of the pose from time to time, just to stock up some currency. I believe they're probably going to be used for the bargainer vendor that we found it in the overworld as well. But a little hard to tell at this point, so. And yeah, we're just gonna break this weapon, but oh, we'll get more. Not too hard to find them. And we activated this one. Yes, we've activated all of these, but let's continue hugging the coast side since we're still within the illumination zone. See a boulder over here in case we have a weapon that we get attached to it, but and a giant tree. Tree is going to be a bit of an obstruction to the horse here unless we go under. No, we should just stay on this elevation and go around. Yeah, stay nice and high since we know a lot of light routes do exist at this level. Unless we have a clear slope that we can get back up afterwards. Okay, so this is getting into new territory here. Well, let's see, maybe proceed slowly and just light things up a bit. Yeah, it looks like this is just an enemy encampment, so... might be a bit resource intensive to hit at this point. Let's just keep going. Definitely conserving. This over there looks potentially interesting. We'll just take it slowly. Make sure we don't take him off any cliffs. Not that it'll go. Also, yeah, generally using mounts to cross these vast expanses of gloom is going to be a bit of a solution to the problem itself. We wouldn't have been able to do it on foot for sure. Maybe with a glider, but certainly not this way. We'll skip some of the mining for now. We're pretty good on zonite. For the time being. We should probably hit some of those guys as well, but no, let's just go right over them if we can. See what this location is going to be. This looks rather prominent. For something that doesn't appear to be a life seed. This looks like an ascension point, actually. It looks very clearly like an ascension point. Whoa, that's easy then. Oh, it totally is. Okay. Let's mark it. That's way too important. Let's mark it. I don't want to lose the horse, though. Maybe we can cancel out of the ascent. Let's see where that takes us. Bridge of Hylia. Oh, right beside the Firegleok. That's fine. And that's not too far from where we'd be able to go otherwise. Kind of tempted to say we should take it just to get back into the plateau and see what's going on with those objects, but let's continue first and then we'll come back here because that's clearly an exit point. And an easy one. Which confirms for me that going without a paraglider is actually quite viable. And going without fast travel as well. We found it quickly. Mostly thanks to the horse. But yeah, let's light the place up first because in the event that we're stuck here without a horse, we need a good way to get in and out. That's clearly an exit, though. And people were talking like I was going to have difficulty with that sort of thing. Certainly not. Not the way we play. What is this location here? Yeah, so if we can light up this zone, then I'll feel a bit more comfortable about coming back here. Now we know what the ascension points look like, and that they are really easy. Right at ground level. No problem whatsoever. But we need to find a light orb that is going to cover this whole location. Because without it, we're going to have a little bit of trouble seeing. I think. Even here, we're going to have a couple of problems. We should maybe leave the steed here for a moment and climb. I mean, I don't know if that ascension point actually does go all the way back up to the overworld. That is a pretty convenient location if that is the case. So, we'll keep on scanning down here. We did lose some elevation, so I don't know. We'll be able to find another lamp here all that soon, but let's leave the horse for a moment and go upstairs. There are some keys still we need to deal with. We'll harvest our eyes. Yeah, it definitely looks like it just keeps on going. Which is great if we can figure out how to light this location. Which, currently, is not something we've revealed. However, that over there looks like it's maybe a light orb. Oh, hang on. Everybody's mobbing me again. Let's get back on that horse. Who, of course, just happened to be in the middle of the gloom. Let's see if we can find the next lamp. Okay, no wonder the lights turned off. Where's that horse? Did it get spooked? Got spooked. That's okay. Pick up everything we can. And then proceed from there. And just run around and let her poke things. Whoa. We actually do need another weapon here, so we can attach it to a mining instrument or something. Also, it occurs to me at this point that if I had just parked a flame weapon to my back or something, we might have been perfectly able to create a little bit of additional illumination on my back. James D, welcome. James D, we did not manage to figure out how to grab the other 3 objects after the one that I found at the end of the previous stream. We did find one at least. But I have been mapping out the place, and I did find what looks like the way back up. We just haven't taken it yet because I'm still busy lighting things, but I'm pretty sure I have found a way out of the depths. Pretty quickly, in fact. Now that looks like it's another light route over there, so let's go for it. What do you call that area here? Oh no, that's just back to one of the previous locations that lit. Oh hey, here's the Grox. You know what? Let's just kill him. These guys are easy. I couldn't find the other ones. I was surprised because I just tried to look for the same kind of clue and it didn't happen. Okay, we need Riju for this to blow up his back. Oh, what was it? We accidentally hit him. Okay. Let's try to blow up his back and then we spoke too soon. Let's just go bomb. And then bow, please. Oops. If I can get Riju over here, that'd be great, because now we can do some lightning strikes. Just always out of vision. Come on. Coming around. Nope. Whoop. There we go. We can just basically take him out with a small handful of arrows. Strategy. Whoa, that was a little harder hitting than I expected. Simmered fruit. Yeah, we're missing that one spot for gloom, but good enough. Hang on. Am I still... Okay. Let me just get to Riju. Nope, hang on. Still within range. Yeah, we definitely need to heal up past this, so let's first of all do a little bit of gloom recovery. Now we'll cover the rest as we go. Get over here, Riju. Wish we could reposition her a bit better, but that's okay. We'll chuck a bomb at him if he starts doing the suction. I'm just not concerned about these guys. Just need to stay out of stomp range and also not walk into too much gloom. Made it to a water temple just now. Yeah, I haven't, so we got pretty close. Okay, I'm down by stamina. Come on, if only I could just get her to sit next to me for a moment. There we go. Easy. Don't want to spend too many arrows. Or bombs for that matter. Oh, whacked by him. Okay. Whoop. That was well within its radius. I should have seen that. Yeah, we don't really need glow food that much anymore, but I guess it would help. 10 minutes on that, actually. It's totally overkill. Just doing the Dodongo method. Okay, this should do it. No? Really? I guess that wasn't really its most sensitive spot. section? Nope. Then just one more. Let's just kill him now. Nope, missed. Spent a few too many arrows in this. I mean, if he wants to do the section again, we'll just toss something. Come on, blow up. Yeah, these guys are fun, but we spent too many arrows, so could have been better. Get a lot of the large crystallized charges, though. It's a nice currency bonus. Miss anything? I don't know. Also, what happened to the horse? Oh, it totally got spooked, if not completely nuked. Whistle doesn't really call the horse. We discovered that a hard way. It just calls everybody else instead. But yeah, we've been to these nodes already. Right, we were walking the other way. And so perhaps we can recover the horse somewhere in there. And so we were kind of circling around here and then heading towards the next illumination point if we can. This was much easier with the horse. I'd like to get him back. Depending on where he went. Totally don't see him. That's okay, we were heading around the outside. Let's just continue along that course. The horse, of course. Where's the horse? Could have used that horse, of course. Well, we do see the next lamp. Faintly in the distance. Maybe. So we'll just go for that. 2 hits when you use a spear. Yeah, but at least the durability is a bit different. Expect to get other than Zonite. But we'll just walk it the rest of the way over to the light. It's okay, as long as we light up the location. Losing the horse isn't too big a deal. It was useful for crossing these patches, but very useful in fact. In a way that we are unlikely to duplicate now, but we'll make it over there, and then it looks like, no, that's the ascension point we saw previously. Okay, so wind up all the way back there. Must have gone the wrong way completely when attempting the frogs. Yeah, because I remember this passage. But how did we just get diverted that far? Yeah. Well, a couple of big fights and a lot of mining that can really do things to your sense of place.
Yeah.
We definitely want to fight the nearest. I'd rather find the nearest light route pretty soon. Because then we have an easy way back. Vehicle point over there is promising in its own way. I mean, there was a tree that went up. Possibly that's where to check.
Yeah.
Let's see if this vantage gives me any valuable information. Kind of within an existing illumination zone at this point, though, so. And there is a chasm here. That one's been lit up. Maybe there's one in this area. Really miss that horse. We'll just have to steal another. White Bokoblin. I don't know if it's alone or if it's part of a larger camp. It is part of a larger camp. Let's conserve resources for the moment. We have been spending a bit aggressively.
Yeah.
Light routes, I think, are generally made available at higher elevations. That's the tower. See what this gets me. That kind of turns inwards. Yeah, geographically, we should still continue to follow this path. Then... yeah, that's one that we had lit up previously. We didn't really know where to proceed from there, though. Wow, it's deep. Faintly illuminated, that might be something. Just kind of turning back, though. Okay, a bit of a drop here, a bit too much of a drop. That's okay, we do see... yeah, that's still just the central abandoned mine over there, pretty visible landmark. Everywhere you go. Don't know if we can really go around this cliff face. I think it might just be the edge. Yeah, that's just the encampment. Let's continue this way. I mean, we do want to light that up, but I don't know if we need to go much higher to do it, or if there's an alternative. Oh, this gets gloomy. nice to have that horse. But we can find another, or for that matter, even a vehicle assembly point. We passed several of those, in fact. It's just that I do want to stay at a high elevation. I can. More bomb flowers, always quite nice now. But yeah, we had some trouble climbing up here previously, so we'll try to stay nice and high. She just got thrown off a cliff. Good thing she's just a power retention my arm. It also doesn't really listen to instructions any better than I do. And I got another talus over here. Yeah, we'll just break it. Whatever. Farming amber off of those is quite nice, in fact. Seems like we're not going to have too many problems with cash once we decide to get back upstairs. Whenever it is we decide to do so. It does look like it is a landing point. Oh, right up there. We can just maybe not consume quite so much stamina as we slip our way back down. Alright, let's climb it. Looks like we can gain elevation, and that's what we should be doing in order to scout for the light orbs whenever possible. Particularly in this zone here, above the exit point that we found. Doesn't get me very far, though. It looks of it. But as long as we have a vantage on where the next light route is, wherever it may be, and this isn't too bad. Yeah, in fact, I think I see something faintly. Or maybe not. What's all this? An absolute mess, that's what it is. Actually, maybe surprisingly traversable, as far as messes go. Got gloom food, I don't particularly mind running through a bit. That's pretty deep. Looks like that's probably going to be the boundary. really spinning our seas like crazy here. We'll just need to do a lot of surface spelunking when we're back. That was kind of prominent. Anything well lit, in fact, is probably worth a look. We haven't seen a light route in a while. But we also haven't gone that far ever since we got off the horse, so... Like it... We've marked this location, this is just... Okay. Maybe that should be roughly where we're heading, but... Set down just a little bit. Without losing too much ground. Yeah, maybe this whole zone felt a little smaller when we were using the horse for mine cars, but now it is back to being gigantic at a level that you would expect of Switch era Zelda. Let's just go up. A lot of this is looking empty to me right now, that we don't know really how else to engage with this space other than, you know, just continuing. But we're here. That pedestal looks like it's potentially an assembly point. We put together something like a car with a light that would already be pretty beneficial for further exploration. Oops, didn't want to make that just yet. How are we doing for arrows? 86, okay. Could have been worse. Yeah, this is an assembly point. Let's see. Oh, balloon. Very nice. And a balloon with a base for once in our lives. We actually haven't even seen a balloon basket before. We definitely want to save that then. As long as we have a flamethrower attached to it. Not a bomb. We have a flamethrower. Well, if we don't, that's fine, because then we just assemble the balloon anyway and save it recipes. We have never ever seen a balloon in a basket. This is very nice. Might even be able to light this from underneath. Instead of just using a flamethrower, just, you know, light a fire and see what happens. I don't know, I think we probably still need a flame up above, but not entirely clear to me. Alright, let's mark it as a favorite for the time being, just so we have a balloon and basket available even cheaply. Then we could maybe... Yeah, we would definitely need something with it. Time bomb, no. We can also do the quad rocket launch with it, but we should do a couple of different configurations. Obviously, I'd like to tie a flame emitter to it, but I don't want to spin one of the ones in my inventory right away. Although we can, because then we can just build a balloon anytime we want. And then do the quad rocket along with it. Yeah, I guess we spin a flamethrower now, then we can save it to recipes, and it'll be kind of inherently worth it by itself. Considering how much we need balloons. How much we'd eventually need. Variants and all side of things like batteries. 5 flame emitters. I guess we should spend one. And then we can also just scout this location maybe and see how we're doing. These time bombs. Yeah, we can go rockets, we can go batteries, we just need to save something. So I say we do it. It's not a big deal to spend one. For a good cause. We'll eventually need to build a variant that has batteries, but how do we know that you can't just build with blueprints and disassemble on a spot? That's something we need to be aware of. And then save this as well. And save a variant with rockets. All 4, in fact. We're going to want it. We're in the overworld. Not on this side, actually. On the opposite corners. How did I get down here with no glider? Well, accidentally. I didn't intend to come down to the depths that soon, but the one and only location I fell into happened to have water at the bottom. So basically we got lucky, like that. You know, I didn't mean to go down to the depths, but we accidentally fell somewhere that I didn't know would lead to the depths, and it landed me in water. So, worked out. Yeah, we made some great progress. I took down Lightning Gleeok without the glider as well. And I wish I could have kept it, or rather clipped it, but our footage yesterday was just totally ruined by audio problems. So, we need to reorient this a little bit. Yeah, as long as it's symmetrical, actually, it's not too bad. This one might be a little ways over. Yeah, it's a little bit off. We should actually do top corners with this. Just need to be symmetrical. Then you think you know where I'm talking about, yeah. Well, I mean, we found it. I'm not actually using this balloon right now, I'm just blueprinting. Because we will need this later, and also I hadn't encountered a balloon basket until this point, I think. So that's in itself kind of helpful. Okay, so is this roughly symmetrical? I guess so, so let's save it. How many favorite spots do I have? Okay, we've got lots. We'll do this with 4 rockets. And keep it. Our mine carts were actually a bit of a disaster. I should just redo the mine carts completely once we find it again. Yeah, we got to auto-build really quickly. There's one thing I regret, which is that when we got the auto-build, obviously we had to fight Master Koga. I was hoping that I would have all 3 pieces of the Yika suit by the time I met him, just to see what would happen. So right now we're actually avoiding continuing with that for the time being. Because I don't want to do the Yiga Clan content until I complete the costume, and I know how to complete the costume. Because I want to see if there's unique dialogue or other interactions that might be relevant. So. Anyway, we've assembled this. We also, at this point, have the capacity to build the glider, maybe even with some rockets attached. Now let's just see where we want to go. I want to light things up. I don't know exactly where. We also, by the way, found where I think the exit point is, so I know how to get out of here. I know how to get out of the depths, we just haven't done it yet. But I have found a location that allows me to ascend. And we found it quickly because we had the horse. And the horse is something I missed because we lost track of it after a mini-boss fight just a few minutes ago. So we're making sizable progress in here. So yeah, no glider, no problem. Apart from those two shrines that we ran into much earlier. And now I'm rethinking those as well. I think it's almost certainly still required, but because they were dependent on updrafts. But given the kind of exploits or alternatives that we found to locations where we did not have the updraft, I am okay with that. We want to find some kind of light around here, because we are sadly without illumination. Also, that totally looks like a chasm, which means it's a potential point to test a balloon if we want to. Let's see what's going on here. Come on, climb. Oh no, there's no stamina. That's not a chasm. Okay, that's just a ceiling. Let's check if we can go up the ceiling. Go around this somehow. Or just take gloom damage because we can do it. I was thinking that if we do have a chasm somewhere, we could test a balloon, but right now we're just looking for more lights. Because I'd like to map the place. And in fact, having the glider would be great, but we don't have a light for it, so... Yeah, this is like another part of the root system. Yeah, that's fine, we can do it. Well, let's just walk it. And okay, great. Now let's see where this takes us. What direction am I heading in? Deep in. That's fine. We want that. We want more lights. I want to see where this takes me. Not towards more lights, apparently. That looks promising. Okay. This looks a little less traversable. But you never know. Sometimes the gloom is actually deceptive. Sometimes, however, it really does get in the way. Maybe if I took the balloon, I would have had a better view of what I can do around here. On the other hand, everything is dark, so... Oops. So we did get back to the balloon as an observation point. We're totally too far at this point. Although that could have been sourced entirely from materials that I found before that, so... We'll just keep going. See what we can do along this wall. Totally scouting the depths the long way. Okay. Well, let's see. We haven't found a light route in a while, actually. Makes me wonder just how far, of course, we are. Pretty far. Oh, there we go. Light route. I see it. It's not too far. But I do miss a horse. Still. But if we follow this route system, we should be able to get to it. What a preposterously extravagant video game this is in so many ways. I feel like we needed a wing glider here. We can auto-build it. If we really wanted. I should have kept a rocket or something for it though, but... We've got plenty of currency that we're sitting on, so... But we don't have a good launcher for it. Because the fan by itself usually doesn't overcome friction. However, we can just drop down. We can jump towards this platform gently. Almost. Okay. We should actually heal that point of gloom, but that's okay. We'll actually just give ourselves illumination. Much better, in fact. Okay, let's climb. And drop. Unless we're facing in the correct direction after this. I mean, when else are we going to use food with 10 minutes of gloom? Okay, still in this direction, that's good. We've got very clear visibility without using the seeds. Again, we could just take some gloom damage, it's not a big deal. Once we get to the light, many things will be alright. Yeah, that's why we had the horse earlier. The horse would just take me over all this with no problem. But you know what? Okay. No, that's okay. These guys are not a problem. Reach you, please. Okay, they're just going to go after her. That's fine. We're gonna get health back in no time. We'll get to the light, so not actually concerned. Okay, so we're grateful for that glow food now that I think about it. Oh, not nearly enough of a drop there. That's okay. Go around, yes we can. The glow food was a good decision. Now that I look at it. Saves me a lot of seeds in the long run. For just minor traversal like this. Let's light the place up. Let's just see how much mapping we get done here. Okay, that's significant. Makes all that travel worthwhile. Doesn't quite take me to this area where we previously had the ascension point, but interestingly enough, this is this isolated area here, which seems to imply that maybe there's, you know, a way down that takes you straight back up, or maybe it's connected. That's route back. Where is this? The surface. Oh, but of course, yeah, we actually did find the drop point here, but we didn't mark it as discovery for some reason. But we did find it. Maybe it was just those discovery points, one of those discovery points where we weren't standing close enough to the pit or something. But we do know that's a drop, and a drop that is geographically kind of in the same situation of perhaps being isolated from the bridge on the lake. And the geography actually does follow somewhat. The bodies of water do kind of match up to obstructions from cliffs, which is neat if you look at it. Very, very neat. Anyway, now we're down here. A labyrinth location might be interesting, if it is somehow unlockable. Also, yeah, this gives me a pretty clear sense of where we can potentially go now that we have a better understanding of the way the maps correspond. So, we will likely continue from here and see what we can find. And when we eventually want to double back and go up, we will. No rush, though. Would be nice if we had the horse, though. Failing that, we can just see if we can assemble a vehicle again. Like right there at the assembly point. You went under Eventide today? Yep. Oh, you mean under as in depths. Yeah. We found the entrance, but obviously we didn't go. So, I do know there is the entrance. And the vicinity of Eventide is always interesting, so it's somewhere we will check eventually once we can more reliably get in and out. Anyway, here's this stuff. What was the rocket build earlier? Whoops. Oh, we're missing 3. Oh, yeah, because of the flame emitter. Well, not much of a reason to go up now. I mean, unless we want to cart this somewhere. No. That's okay. We'll continue. Now that we've got tons of visibility. I should have marked the location where I got the horse. It was part of my initial entrance. It was pretty close to where we came in. Now we found one of our first vehicle construction points. Then the horses were quite close by, as I recall. Anyway, let's just keep exploring. Let's just say you did not engage. Okay. Big fight down there, I suppose, but we'll see what it is when we get to it. But yeah, like I said, we have a method now for lightning Gleeok. It does require lots of eyeballs and a good long-range bow, like the Gerudo bow. But the fight was actually really easy once I figured it out. At least given the terrain we were playing with at the time. Like I've been saying, one of the things that stands out to me about some of the mini-bosses in this game is just how distinct fights are just as a function of the terrain that you're fighting on. Barracuda, we could really use some eyeballs here. Let's get that without pulling everybody up again. Come on, get over here. Oh, we pulled everybody. That's okay. This guy's got the backpack. We'll see what that is. We'll switch weapons too. Okay, firebomb, that's fine. Firebomb from above. That's not so fine. I can't tell. I think this guy's just a blue, so I'm not actually that concerned about him. Let's try to do some crowd control here. Okay, now we'll switch to something decent. Look at that. Smack him. Then, okay. Took a fair bit of durability, but we locked him down, so don't mind that so much. I have not seen the King Gleeok yet, actually. We've only seen lightning and fire, so unfortunately that is new material for me. So yeah, we've met a couple of lightning, one or two fire, I think, but we were completely unprepared just given how undergeared I am. That's okay, just as long as I don't know where anything is, that's fine. Not much fire ammo remaining for me from this guy, unfortunately, but okay, oh, this one's easy. Okay, well, let's take the bow shot. Probably just replace the bow if we can. Do we have any explosives here? Yes, we do. Let's... Oops, no, wrong button. Yeah, we'll use the explosives to blow all this up in a moment. Oops. Come on. Arrows would be strongly preferred here. Like I was saying. And yeah, we'll see what the hardest fights are going to be. I don't know what I would say was the hardest fight in Breath of the Wild, now that I think about it. I mean, Lionel's, obviously. Like, to get over to Silver or in Master Mode Gold Lionel's. We got smoked by Just a regular old blue Lionel in this game already. Just because I've got, first of all, no glider for the updrafts, and secondly, hang on, let's drop this for a moment. Drop it properly. Oh, whoops. That was dangerous. Didn't mean to slip off like that. That's okay. Let's just tear it down from here if we can. Not quite a hit. Look at that. These guys surprisingly don't look cursed with gloom, I guess. Oh. That blew up like that. Have the NPCs convinced me to go to look at landing net? No. In fact, because after completing a dungeon, we got a reminder like that. Now I kind of want to complete all the other dungeons first, just to see all of them issue that reminder. But yeah, there's a bunch of stuff here that I do want to do in a particular order, given what we know about the game. Notably, I really do want to get the Yiga clan suit before I do anything else with the clan, but we're about to break a weapon. Maybe we should just break it and grab the broadsword. Yeah, why not? It was on his last legs anyway. Now let's go Black Bokeh again for this one. We've been having good fortune with that, and they're cheap, they're easy to get. They're reasonably good damage, even though they're not the best. Yeah, maybe not the best base swords with that, but you know, damage is damage. Maybe I should have saved that for sneak strike or something, but no, let's just open inventory space and have at it. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Master Mode eventually works in this game. These guys totally gobble up the bright bloom as well, so. Also, Regen can kind of solo them, but, you know, if I'm really desperate to save ammo, but it does take a while for her to do that. You don't know if you could play this game without a glider? Well, you know, I was curious. As much as I love Breath of the Wild, as much as I love the glider as an idea, in fact, which I'll talk about in a moment, the thing that always felt a little bit weird about Breath of the Wild for me was that the Great Plateau would teach you so many skills that the paraglider would instantly make obsolete. Oh, we've got another one over here too. Nice and down low. Great. We'll use both pins, that's fine. I still have the glow effect, I don't, but we'll eventually get something like that back on. Yeah, so I actually love the paraglider from a game design perspective, and the reason I say that is because I think it's a very frequent pitfall of open world games to just give the player flight and trivialize the terrain. I remember when Xenoblade X did it. Xenoblade X is just this beautifully crafted world, incredibly vertical. And then they give you a mech suit, and the mech suit is tons of fun, obviously, but Also trivializes everything. And I remember playing Xenoblade X back in the day and thinking, you know, people who played World of Warcraft learned this already a while ago, because World of Warcraft had the same problem. To the extent that now the developers, as I understand it, are much stricter about how long you have to go before you unlock flight. Because yeah, flight's an incredible convenience, but not if it just removes your engagement with the terrain, right? Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that the glider solves this completely. In that, first of all, you're limited by stamina, and secondly, you're limited by elevation gain. Except you have things like the updrafts to give you an elevation gain mechanic, right? It's actually absolutely brilliant in terms of not completely removing your engagement with the terrain, but still making things easier on the player. So, I was always very happy with that as an idea. But because it's actually such a smart thing to do, and it's completely in keeping with... and it's very much a classic Zelda mechanic as well, because, you know, it was already present as the Deku Leaf in Wind Waker. And so it felt completely familiar from a Zelda perspective. Because it was just like having the Deku Leaf back, right? With the old magic meter back in the day. Anyway, we can totally just use the glider. Do we have rockets or anything here? No, we just have fans. We totally have rockets. Yeah, we'll use rockets. We'll use tons of rockets. It'll take me way too far. Now let's build, first of all. And let's go with the fan plane. Okay. And we'll tag some rockets on it and save that as well. I mean, we put too many rockets on, we'll just have no energy for fan plane until, of course, the battery recovers and the fans take over. So, let's just put this... I don't know if it's actually feasible to have 4, but whatever. Let me just try to align this properly before we save anything. We'll start with 2. 4 is probably overkill, we'll totally overshoot. And, you know, we don't want preset recipes that cost way too much in Zone 8 after the fact. We'll actually do a couple configurations here. Unfortunately, with the fan plane, the pre-build I think we can't really disassemble without it just disappearing on me. So we should have done a partial build here first, just to expand the recipe book. And yeah, we'll do 2 rockets. And we'll sail right over. There was this spot down below that we could illuminate at some point. Have we not found what this is in the surface? I don't know. Anyway. Dragon, look at that. What's it doing down here? I wonder if we can just pop it with an arrow on my way over. But anyway, we do not have a steering stick. This is an important nuance. So we do need to aim somewhat. But I think we can probably go a pretty good distance here. In fact, yeah, the fan plane will hopefully just continue gliding until battery recharges. Whoa, maybe it won't. I was hoping to get within arrow range. Yeah, it's going to recharge the battery. Partly. Let's just hope we don't hit the ground. Whoa. We just add more battery as well. But I think we'll actually get a decent distance out of this. We better toss some things. No, I was hoping to get within arrow range so we could pop a scale off that guy. But... whoop. Not this way, come on. Over here. Unfortunately, the wings have a fairly strict limit. Let's see how we're going to land. We better land safely. That's not safe. Okay. Yeah. More battery to get a continuous gust might have helped me there, but that's okay. We're learning this. Yeah, we probably should have kept the fans running. Or even used 4 rockets. Anyway, let's try it again. Oh, did we... we didn't lose this camp from a save point, did we? Or... maybe we did. That's okay, we're pretty far back. But... right, because we shot down the Aracuda. Yeah, we can fight it again, whatever. That was a lot of work for one eyeball. But... that's okay. I want to do that again. Yeah. Right, because we passed this and we found a vehicle assembly point to sail overhead. We do kind of want that eyeball, though. It's just that he totally alerts the rest of the squad. So... that's okay, it's not that bad a fight. We should actually snipe the sniper first. That's what we should really do. Get my long-range bow here. And hopefully just get in position before we get spotted. It was swing around this way. But we're gonna get spotted. You got spotted. Okay, that's fine. That's alright, let's just not get nuked. Where's the Aracuda? Oh. Okay, we got some gloom damage here. Let's eat up a much worse start. Yeah, you know, do what you like with save points, right? It's really your own tolerance for repeating things. Yeah, we maybe should just take the 4 hearts here. This is probably fine for the time being. Gotta figure out the order for this if we do restore. Or actually, no, this completely restores the gloom, and then we can tag some other food on top of it. Maybe even some defense food, in fact. Okay, so let's do this. I was wondering what that would be used for. Something that requires, or rather restores gloom but not hearts. But that's what it is, and we'll go probably defense. Anyway, and then we'll just take out the rest. Okay, what was it I did previously? Oh yes, ice. Let's just ice the other guy if we can. Oops. Oh, we missed. Doing this quite a bit worse than we did previously. Come on. There we go. Now, we try to lead this guy over. Alright, that's fine too. Okay. We'll do the charge attack on him for the rest. Or just smack him that way. Okay, fine. This way. Just unlock him with a two-hander. This is a nice thing about two-handers once you finally get the advantage on a one-on-one. Anyway, that took too long. But silver is always nice to have, so. And yeah, have a good night in Lobster's Reef. Okay, it's just this guy at this point, so we'll just nuke him with bow. Oh, no. Hang on, bow, please. There we go. I drew him slightly. Yeah, I actually haven't been bothering to do manual saves at all. But I feel like I'm much more tolerant of repeating content than a lot of players are. It's certainly true for my attitude towards things like checkpoints and platformers. And like, I just, you know, don't mind marathons sometimes. And the issue with dying in this game, though, and perhaps in Breath of the Wild, though I never really died much in Breath of the Wild, like here, where I have so little gear and I'm taking fall damage constantly, is that sometimes I find it a little unclear just when my autosave was, and I have to kind of reorient myself when it comes to even things like placing the map markers or anything like that. So anyway, let's do the mining a little better this time if we can. If we can. Or perhaps without slipping and dropping everything. What we did previously. Hang on. Let's just stand on top of the rock. Well, I'm gonna do this properly. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I know there are a lot of players who don't like repeating stuff, but it occasionally surprises me just how much people like absolutely loathe it. But they think the solution to everything is more checkpoints, you know. There are some situations where that's fine, but I mean, even at this point, I've kind of accepted the compromise in Fire Emblem where you get the undo button and such, so you don't just lose 4 hours of progress when you make one mistake on a map. But it used to be I was completely accustomed to classic Fire Emblem, where if you wanted to keep someone alive, one critical mistake, like one slip-up, would actually cost you 4 hours or so. And, you know, like I said, everybody just kind of has their level of tolerance. Now, where's Rishu? Where is she? There she is. Yeah, I mean, you know, game design in a way is just kind of a function of where your save states are going to be when it comes to difficulty. But I'm pretty accustomed to a lot of things like strategy games where, you know, I play in Iron Man mode or whatever, and that prevents saves coming. I find that, you know, with this game in particular, since I'm playing with no fast travel, it doesn't make sense to rely a lot on save scumming and still tell myself I'm going to play with no fast travel, because I feel like if I fall into a very unfortunate pit or something, I should actually roll with it. Wow, I really did lose a ton of progress previously, because we did a lot of stuff for that glider flight. This time perhaps we'll actually pop a battery or so. We got enough of the large charges at this point that I should in fact just pop a large battery. Oh, possibly because of the save state I have to redo my auto build planning as well. But we'll see. What is this? Oh, it's a tree, okay. Yeah, we didn't actually figure out what this pit was. We did go to the building points though, and perhaps even all the way over this one. Let's find out. Yeah, as I sometimes tell people, when it comes to platformer design, one of my favorite things in the past few years was the finale to Ukulele and the Impossible Lair, which is actually a 20-minute long platformer level with 4 mini-bosses and no checkpoints, at least in its original pre-patch form. They eventually kind of compromised a bit and added kind of an easier and a harder mode than what was originally released. You would get a bit of a damage shield, so it's not, you know, completely like one hit and then you lose 20 minutes, but yeah, so James D, the thing about the quests is that the one quest I was trying to do, as you saw earlier, I only found 1 part out of 4 for that, and I still haven't located the ones in the locations that I previously was kind of stuck with. Okay, we're going to do something a little different this time with Glider. We're going to do a minimal build first before we do the auto build. The reason I say that is because I do want to save that in my book. Where you have a single glider with a single rocket. Eventually we'll do that with a steering stick as well, because I find that this build has been something I do constantly in the overworld. Or even just double rocket, just to keep it balanced. Though we did very often do the, yeah, because single rocket has some issues keeping the thing upright, but I did very often build this for short flights. Save it in a blueprint book. This time we'll try to survive. Whoops. Yeah, because the glider... No, I should have had a light here, in fact. I should build a light if we have one. We don't. Okay. Anyway, we're going to save this build first. Very minimal, but... and we'll keep it. And yeah, we definitely lost all the other builds we had previously, but that's okay. And then... I'll just shake the thing and go to schematic again. We'll do the same thing, except this time we'll actually pop the battery. And hopefully land accurately. Yeah, we probably can't do an elevation gain for that guy over there. As you can see, my dragon timing seems to be pretty similar to what we had previously. Whoop. Oh. How do we lose everything here? Hang on. Let's restore that. Auto build. Oh, I guess when we attached it, broke everything off completely. That was strange. Hang on, let's do this again. Right, because when we shook the rocket earlier, I think we lost the whole thing. Let's auto build and just save this. Favorites are full. That's okay. We'll remove some of the minecart stuff because some of it was a bust. Yeah, balloons with and without. I mean, we'll always need the flame emitter, so we'll untag this one. There's never a circumstance when we're using the balloon without the flame emitter, so. Some of these, we had too many batteries attached to them, actually. We don't need that many. But we do want the minimal cart, just a fan and a lamp. We probably didn't need the rocket one, actually. That was overkill, especially because now that we know we can't just build and disassemble. Anyway, let's do that. And hopefully this time let's not lose all of our progress. We will pop a battery this time when we play with this. And the dragon's going to be way out of position, that's fine. You know what? Why don't we just put a light in front of this? Like, put a... Okay, here's the problem. We know that if you tag a seed on top of this, that it actually activates the device. We found out the hard way. But if we place... Okay, no, if you plant it, you can't place it. What you can do is you can plant it while you're standing on a device and use that as the activation mechanism. Let's aim this first of all. So yeah, because it does count as a weapon hit, basically, if you throw a seed on it. Okay, this time we'll tag the battery. I might even use a large charge, in fact, but... because we know how to get them now. Where are we? Might even want some glow food, but... Oh, why are we not wearing the glowing pants? Didn't realize I'd taken those off. We might even want to use the giant seed. Okay, no, we need a charge, battery charge. Where are we? We should have a whole bunch of those. Okay. Let's do that. The seed totally didn't give me what I wanted, but we'll fly. We'll hopefully maintain the elevation we need. It's kind of fun, actually. Probably we'll just ram directly into the tree when we get there. Yeah, maybe the large charge was overkill, but I was quite eager to avoid the issue we had previously. And yeah, because the thing is, if you don't use the charge, you don't have enough uptime on the fans for the wing itself to survive the trip without expiring. So we'll just try to maintain elevation here until we get to the appropriate location, and that actually worked perfectly. Almost. Let's go down. Let's go down, down, down. So the wing expires, we have a safe landing. Another happy landing. Look at that. Perfect timing from the wing, in fact. Well, trial and error. Now we'll get the autosave from unlocking this location. That was one of the better flights I've had in this game, in fact. Even if we had to spend a charge to do it and missed the dragon completely. Very happy with that. Yeah, that's a significant part of the map. Yeah, now that part of the map is in fact enough to give me that location as well. We should hit the other light route while we can, since it's close by. But yeah, no wonder there were such great distances between these compared to the distances between the first few that we had hit. We should prioritize lights. Which means balloons. The thing about balloons, though, is that we do need to get off of them somehow. We have flame emitters. We do. Do we have rockets? No, we don't. It's fine. Yeah, because then we want to build really close by because we're in some kind of canyon. You know the next location is going to be up here. We'll boost out of here. Face inwards. Maybe even use this as scout. But yeah, we want to be right up to the ledge though, because otherwise I won't really be able to leave. Okay, balloon, we don't need a rocket, but we do need the flame emitter. So we'll grab that as soon as we can. That is a flame emitter though, right? Okay, and the basket? How did the basket not get captured? Here. I guess we'll have a free basket. Okay, there we go. Anyway. Literally all we did was attach a flame emitter, and otherwise it's exactly everything is given. Let's maybe just move this up. Again, want it right up to the wall. Because that's the no glider life for you. I wonder how steerable the basket is, because it looks like, you know, potentially you'd be able to attach a control stick or something to the middle, and that would be interesting. But if, for instance, we just kind of nudge it up here and lodge it, will it stay? No, it will not. That's okay. We just need it nice and upright. Somewhere. Somewhere close. Yeah, again, just trying to make sure we don't have issues. Actually, you know, the balloon's going to pull this straight upwards even if it is going to start on a slant, right? That's not an issue. I'd like to find a nice place to set up, though. Right here. Maybe that'll work, I don't know, because there's a bit of a slope to this. There's a slope that goes inwards. Maybe right up here. See it. Also, not nearly enough battery. And that's why it works mostly as a scouting tool, by the looks of it. Yeah, it takes you straight back down. That's good. Let's grab some pose. I feel like with a steering stick you probably could tilt this one way or the other. Regardless, we do need to bring this in quite a bit closer. Perhaps face the slot inward so we actually have a way to get out. And just jump towards the cliff for a climb or something. Okay, that totally didn't work. Or up where? Alright. Good for scouting anyway, and that's okay. That was just a practice run with no resource cost apart from the durability on what I used to tap it. Anyway, do you know it's going to be down that way? We can descend up to it slowly. Gloom, yeah, whatever. MGM1, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. We've been progressing pretty nicely, despite some production issues on the stream yesterday with our audio breaking like crazy. The game itself has been exquisite. Seen lots of new things in a very short span of time. Anyway, if we can find a slot here to use as a rest stop, that'd be good. Do you know we need to get up here somehow for next illumination point? Okay, good. This looks like a rest stop. Excellent. Also, yeah. But currently not a weapon, I don't. Right, because we broke the rock sledge. That's okay, we'll have to remember to get more weapons. You just woke up from a nap. Work gave you a headache. And yeah, you won't see too much of this to avoid spoilers. Totally understandable. That's why I haven't really been watching much of other people's streams myself when it comes to this game. But yeah, apart from kind of fighting with some technical difficulties on the stream itself, the game itself has been just consistently incredible. This is the most frequently I've streamed a game pretty much since I've ever started up on Twitch, in that we've been doing a session every day, which is very unusual for me because I usually have a lot of things going on outside of video games that I shunted aside specifically for Zelda. Okay, there's the next light orb right there. That's good. We're in a good position. And the thing is, I feel like I'm at no risk whatsoever of burning out or anything, because there is consistently so much to do that is new and interesting that I'm not at all worried. And in fact, I wish I had more time to play it than I do. Okay, South Labyrinth. So yeah, the labyrinths kind of match up. Because there's a South Labyrinth that we've been to on the surface, because it was in the last game, and there's one in the sky that we've been unable to get up to due to lack of battery power. Here's a wing location. Someone who wants to fly over with some of these available parts. Yeah, we'll do that much later. This is definitely a flight location, so interestingly enough, this is enclosed. We'll have to see what we can do with it, but we do know that the drop from the chasm in the labyrinths is gated off so far in a way that is probably unlockable, so let's try to unlock it. Yeah. And yeah, I've been dying a lot more in this game than I ever did in Breath of the Wild, even in Master Mode, but that's mostly because we don't have the paraglider and take tons of fall damage, and also lack a few tactical options. Also because I haven't actually done any Great Fairy upgrades yet. I was on the way to doing that, at some point in fact, but then we got diverted way off course. And so the whole game, my armor value has been sitting at 8 or 9 or so, and which does mean that a significant number of enemy attacks do one-shot me. So, it's been nice though, because as with the early stages of Breath of the Wild, it had been a long time in the Zelda series since the games managed to remain challenging outside of the early game, and so yeah, not too concerned about any of that. Looks like this is just a hard ceiling. But we should theoretically find... Oh, there's something. Find an ascension point to the chasm, if I'm not mistaken. But I guess we would need to ascend from below somewhere inside the structure. That would necessitate that you get in the first place. Oh, look at that light route. Didn't see this one. Or rather we did, but now we know where it is. On top of the labyrinth. That's interesting information. I wonder if unlocking the gate is actually dependent on this. And given that it does light the zone. just really appeared at me out of nowhere. Anyway, more mapping. Significantly more. Now we can continue, like I've been saying, I do sort of want to stay away from some of the Yiga clan stuff. For now, but until we get the suit. Yeah, here's the chasm. There's clearly a way up through the labyrinth. There's a back door as well by the looks of it. We haven't seen. No, rather this is the back door we haven't seen. Light route goes straight up. Yeah, this is actually very clearly an ascension point or something. It takes you upstairs. Let's see how it goes. But yeah, no, there's a specific reason why I'm trying to put off some of the Yiga clan stuff, because I'm trying to unlock a particular interaction. Okay, this side is gated off. Was this where we came in the first place? No, we came in the other way. So if that's the case, then how do you actually get in here? Let's see. Anyway, more light routes. We've scouted that one. Might be an ascension point from down below if you tunnel beneath, but we'll see. Yeah, the labyrinths were one of my favorite things to just kind of blunder into. Back in Breath of the Wild, too. Kind of fun to see them back in such a big way. You finished them about 2 sessions ago. Not sure which interaction I'm talking about. So, do you have the Yiga costume? And if you don't, I won't say anything more. But I'm trying to set something up using that. Yeah, so like I said, I won't say anything more about that, but anyway, there exists a Yiga costume. I guess I inadvertently spoiled that for you, but you know, now you know what to look forward to. Yeah, I feel like there's probably a way to enter this from below. If we go to the lower level and search for secret entrances. I don't think there was any way to drop in from up top. An ascension point from down below would make a lot of sense. Either that or there is some kind of specific interaction. Like, for example, doing the sky version that I need in order to do any of this. We'll see. It's very much in the spirit of the labyrinths to be a little cryptic. What time zone am I in? It changes throughout the year, actually. Currently doing the late shift in Eastern, but not for very long. We play Nintendo Standard Time, I guess. Alright, so maybe there's a way to tunnel inside. Below. I don't know where that is right now, so I don't want to wander too far. Because we haven't really seen cavern systems inside here just yet. So maybe you do need to fall into the chasm from above But we don't know how to unlock that yet, and perhaps this is going to be the Sky World that unlocks it. Given that we do have a very clear pointer to something to do in the Sky World now. But I do wonder. Because, yeah, it seems like the central column just feeds in directly here, but that we just haven't unlocked the gate. Until you unlock the gate, there's just no getting in here, perhaps. Seems completely defended. In that case, let's continue. So yeah, wing glider point over here. I don't know if we necessarily want that. Oh yes, we do. We'll get across the fast way. Can even park it on a sled, which is actually something we should... Oh, there's a control stick too. Excellent. Okay. Let's actually do the standard setup that we've seen many times in the in-game here, and we'll also put a light on it too. Because we do need to be accustomed to putting this together. Also, we're running out of slots for blueprints. Oh, also, no, we forgot the fan. We need a fan for this. Okay, better. Now we don't need a sled here. I don't think. What we will do is... We only have 2 fans, so we can't actually do the full blueprint that we had anyway, but... Because the thing about a wing track is that you don't need a sled for the initial takeoff if you use it. In fact, probably shouldn't. Yeah, because you guys let the wing slide instead. I actually want to get up to the next light orb, but perhaps with a control stick this will be a better way to get there. So let's just fly it. And what are we looking at? Potentially a pretty long distance. And that's okay, we'll charge up batteries as necessary. This will be a pretty decent flight, in fact. We'll move towards land just so we have a safe landing location. And we can just move this, and that's why we needed a sled. That's okay, we made a pretty decent crossing there. Let's just finish this. Yeah, and MGM1, we used to run, and by used to I mean a couple of years ago when I started, at a much earlier time, but then it was off Twitch for a while because, you know, I just couldn't find an appropriate time to stream anymore, and then the only reason that we're able to stream anymore, for the most part, is that I go very, very late. It's really my only available time for video games most of the time. That's Yiga territory right there, as we expect. And no, not even college. I wish it were. Yeah. Because actually, back in post-secondary, I had a much more flexible schedule. But no, nowadays I'm just busy with stuff all the way. Okay, great. We got a sled. We got, and this looks good. The Gloom got you. This almost looks like a Yiga clan researcher. I bet he is, but covered in gloom and you need a Sundelion. Let's get him one anyway. It might unlock something fun. I bet he's Yiga clan and then he's gonna fight me. We'll get the Sundelion back, maybe. Later, those giant trees can help too. Anyway, he's gonna fight me. And we knew that, but I was wondering what this would unlock. Okay, we got some health. That's okay, he's not gonna be a problem. We might just throw the Boko Blade at him. It's gonna break anyway, so we don't miss. Set him on fire, shock him, I don't know. Oh wow, he's down. That was quick. We even got the Sundelion back and we got an 8-fold blade. Wonderful. Look at that, we got spikes on his sting and everything. And what is this? That's a lamp. Yeah, we could put spikes in front if we want to ram something, but I think we'll just put it on the weapon. Yeah, we'll just cross the gloom this way. I'm sure we get to unlock more blueprint slots. As we cash in some certain forms of currency. We've done enough sledding to know at this point that we do need to stop the thing when we're finished with it, but we'll take this and turn on the lights. And there we go. Let there be light, and there was light. And on his 7th day, he played more Zelda. Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, like I said, I don't want to get too close to you guys' stuff, even though it would be nice to map everything. But So what are we looking at here? Wow, this is a root system that goes quite a ways. Give me a good vantage point. We're totally going to lose the slant, but that's okay. Yeah, eventually... So this is the way back up. Eventually we actually want to swing back here. See if I can complete the quest. Also... This is a chasm, we see more assembly points. Yeah, we might as well explore. Can you blame him? No, absolutely not. Not any more than usual. It does seem kind of odd to not be discovering things like Koroks down here and incentivized to check every single location, like on top here, for instance. Maybe that gives me a vantage point or something, but over here we're just gonna climb and see. It looks like it's just another massive supporting route, but doesn't hurt to look. We've been covering quite a bit of empty space, actually. Kind of reminds me of a lot of the area around Death Mountain in the first game. We haven't been to it in this game, but there were some pretty big parts of Death Mountain in the first game that were very barren. Oh. Oh, we fell just short. I probably should put on some stamina food, but as it gets, not that important. We just want to get a good look at the landscape anyway, and we do in fact see something interesting. Which is... next light location. No, we'll totally unlock that. Just doesn't look very bright. From over here. We should wrap around this tree then. See if there's a vantage point on the other side. Yeah, in some ways you're lucky that you don't have Koroks down here. There's just too many places to check. Especially with the kind of elevation that we're dealing with. Sometimes it's reassuring to know that something is just skippable. Not critical. I think we can probably slip down from here, though. But yeah, it's kind of funny that I'm doing so much mapping here into depths because we haven't done any mapping in the main world from the Sheikah Towers because I don't have the map app for that. Whoa. Also, yeah, there totally is a location over here, but I think it's just a PO. Like this thing over here, I think it's just a PO location. But... whoa. Oh, that was a big hit. Wow. We survived. We survived. Could have been worse. Okay. More lights. Lots more lights. This is a great vantage point, in fact. We should take it all the way to the southwest corner to see. With no pins left. Why did I even use 2 pins up here? I don't even remember what this was. Oh, we were trying to triangulate like a cavern or something, yeah. But anyway, we'll just mark these temporarily and put them as map locations. Then, where was that other one? Way off in the distance. And was that another one here? Yeah. This is a fantastic vantage point, actually. I'm glad we came up here. The lights become quite frequent once you get into the desert area. Now let's eat up before things get worse. Is that one of Misko's treasures? No, it isn't. In fact, I haven't done Misko's treasures. As you can see, my initial markers from the very beginning of the game are still here. And we haven't touched them because we haven't even explored Central Hyrule. And we'll probably be doing it last. So yeah, this is my main world map currently. Kind of gives you a sense of what we have or haven't covered. And yeah, I also hear he has lots. We haven't really fallen up on clues ourselves, but I'm going to try to make it across this way too. Scout more light bulbs. We don't want to take fall damage and take a game over because we might have to do the mapping again. But if we rotate around here, do we see this one already? Yes, roughly. We overshot, but maybe we undershot the first time. No, that was accurate. But oh, there's another one. Yeah, this is a fantastic vantage point. In fact, we've seen so much. We know where most of the lights are going to go. Might even be able to keep rotating around that. This is an interesting location. It's probably actually equivalent to nothing of note that I know about. But yeah, this looks like it covers a pretty great deal of territory. We should just start down here and work our way up. Maybe. Let's head back down. Safely if we can. Whoa, that was dangerous. Yeah, I guess we'll just do a lot of mapping. Again, I really miss having a horse. I think we'll probably lose the sled given the range here, but if we can build another one, that'd be great. Lots of vehicle assembly points, so I'm not too concerned about our ability to do any of that. As expected, no sled. Oops. But next assembly point is here, down here. Oh, that looks pretty walkable. Possibly even here. In fact, what even is this? This is a massive fortress. Could be interesting. Look at that. That might even be a light route in there. Part of that system. So we should... no, it wouldn't be because we've already lit this up. But... there's a wing glider just kind of circling around overhead. That's interesting. This looks like a major base then. It's like a defensive turret. Basically like a BMOS. Equivalent to it totally is a BMOS. Except it's just a beam construct that's kind of rotating on the construct head, I think. Maybe we can just take it apart. Oh, or we can just move it. Alright, that works too. It's on a stabilizer, I see. We can just hide it or something. So you can't break it apart, but you can just move it. Yeah, I mean, functionally it is a BMOS, but the construct version. We'll totally forget about that guy and die to a beam later. Yeah, you can basically just use Ultra Hand to drop these guys as you go. Also ascend through certain points. This looks kind of dangerous. No, they're just lamps. Not landmines or anything. Yeah, this is potentially interesting. Whoop, tapped myself. And yeah, when you pick them up, they totally eat away at your own power bank, which may be unexpected, but that's the way it works. We don't make the rules. Interesting. Oh, a Yiga device master of some sort. Can we shoot him? Or is he shielded? I feel like he's probably behind glass or something, but let's try with an eyeball. Oh, that totally works. Look at that. What a shot. What a shot. Didn't even need to go up all the way. What on earth is that? What on earth is what? The device he was riding in or what? Whoop, oh, someone's trying to hit me. He's trying to hit me. Maybe let's see. But anyway, we've opened a door down below. I'm gaining elevation anyway, let's just continue to go up. I said... Okay. was momentarily threatening. I was a little worried about that. Anyway, we smacked him here. Yeah, because I see he's on a device that's attached to a floating platform, so we just need him to lose power by losing control of the stick. Because we can actually float that wherever we want. Trying, you think they succeeded? Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay, that's zoning me out. Anyway, we know that we unlocked a door somewhere down here, but that's okay. We'll go up and see what we can do. Also, yeah, let's not forget to eat. Don't really want to use the glow food right now, but what's something useful that we don't really need too much of in the long run? Shock resistance? Yeah, might as well. Or have we been hit by gloom? Yeah. We built up all that shock resistance because we were figuring out what to do with lightning Gleeok. And I didn't end up using that as part of my method anyway, but that's okay. We should probably just shoot that construct so we knock it out of position at this stage. Because I feel like this is going to zone me out. We can't quite reach. So just knock him over until a stabilizer reactivates. It's like a custom BMOS. It's very nice. But yeah, as we discovered when I was fighting the Gleeok, long-range bows like the Gerudo bow, accompanying eyeballs, is absolute magic. Like the kind of curve shots you can get with that. Solve so many problems. Because basically you can angle shots beyond your usual angle of where you can face. This is meant to be something that I glide across or jump. Who's shooting me? Who's shooting me? Can't actually see. But anyway, we've got gliders. Oh yeah. This is clearly a glider track. We want to get out of here, which we don't. Who is shooting me? Can't even see. Oh, must be from up top here, yeah. Let's just go up. Oh, behind, in fact. It would be nice if I could jump this. It would let me. Okay, there we go. Treasure, yes. There we go. It would take a lot of hits to kill the Gleeok. No, actually. Once I figured it out, it was fine. The trick is to shoot down all of the heads at once, and each of the heads, for the one I faced anyway, were only about 50 HP. Because if you get all of the heads down simultaneously, you ground it. And that's the way to do it. Anyway, we've got schematics and auto build. Yes, we get the beam turret. Excellent. We can probably just use auto build to claim the beam turret for ourselves. And yeah, the nice thing about the schematic books is that they don't count towards your budget or custom creations. I was actually trying to create my own turrets much earlier in the game, and we couldn't quite get them to work. Because I was still kind of learning about the principles of construction at that point. Yeah, the thing is, due to weapon attachments, I was sitting on a lot of weapons that were 50 or 60 damage. And with that, the Gleok only took me a couple cycles. The interesting thing was fighting the Lightning Gleok without having the paraglider because of how the last phase has the updraft. We did figure that out pretty quickly, in fact. Yeah, I mean, we still have... what is it? We still have a 56 over here. I don't know if you've been to the Gerudo Desert, but the Gerudo weapons are very much the trick. I actually had an 80 damage weapon at one point, but it didn't survive very many hits. It was quite fragile. Yeah, I'm really glad I did the Gerudo content as early as I did. It's gotten me out of a lot of sticky situations. It's actually the only dungeon I've done so far is that region. It's the only main quest I've filled so far. Anyway, we know that you can actually use wings as bridges. Maybe it makes more sense to, you know, actually fly this thing, but... if I want, I can actually just place it over there. Use it as a bridging mechanism. Almost. I need to link it with the other one to do that. Yeah, we can do that. Just link them. Link to the past. Without a Yiga clan just has its own private air force here. Anyway, we'll do that. That's what airplanes are for. You started with Rito first, yeah. I mean, I haven't talked to Pura, I remember, so... but I remember... so, I did Rito first in Breath of the Wild. And I remember looking up a statistic afterwards. I've related this story on the stream already. I remember looking up a poll afterwards or something where it turned out... I think 70% of players or something in Breath of the Wild did the Zora and Varuta first. And because, of course, that's the tutorial path, right? Where the tutorial path says go to Kakariko Village, and you go through Dueling Peaks, you pick up your first boomerang, you see the tutorial shrines for combat, etc. And everything is just kind of neatly laid out for you to get Hestu, get the Great Fairy, etc., and then ultimately lead you to the Zora. We didn't do that, of course. But it was interesting to me that because I thought 70% of people doing the tutorial path was a staggeringly high figure. Which perhaps shows you that I underestimate how much other people like to follow instructions. Because, yeah, I really didn't think it would be that high. Oh, that's what was shooting me, is this guy. We saw him flying around, too. I kind of want to do some aerial combat with him, but not while we're flying on the control stick. That's okay, we'll snipe him at some point. You did Zora first in Breath of the Wild? Yeah, I mean, you know, I think as far as the powers go, Mipha's Grace is the best one to start with. Because it gives you such a huge health buffer early on. Oh, not enough damage there. But we did take him down, actually. We knocked him off. And the glider is just going now. Great. Okay, anyway, let's take the glider off the track. I think we're probably done here. Yeah, if something is pre-built, we just have to leave it in place. don't know if we want to see anything in the lower levels, but we probably just want to fly to the next available point. Yeah, maybe just hang left and try to hit a light. Maybe even get a rocket off of this. Actually, a rocket would allow me to change my launch position instead of going onto rails. Oh, we got spikes, we got cannons. This is great, actually. What a supply stop. We're cheap, we're not using weapons to break this stuff. Gee, I'm gonna get a midnight snack. Yeah, enjoy. Sam Fizz, do you think it goes to show how well designed an invisible main path is? Yeah, exactly. That, you know, you would have a significant number of players who probably think they are finding their own path, but are also hitting a lot of critical instruction along the way. Anyway, yeah, we've definitely hit that location over there. Let's... The rocket consumes quite a bit of power. I think we'll just take this as is, but maybe attach a lamp or something. Once we get into the darkness. Let's just take the flight point, and we'll hang left. We'll just continue flying as necessary. The most important thing is to not take fall damage on this thing. There we go, straight left. And glide down. That's perfectly acceptable. Not a big deal if we hit the ground because we can just take it somewhere else. Although we won't really have a way to launch it. Got something like wheels or a sled. Oh, we got frogs again. Let's fight another one. These guys are fun. And they sound like Dr. Seuss characters. I keep thinking of like frogs and socks or something. Where's Riju? Riju, I need you. Riju. Get over here. Okay. Which boat do we have? This one is fine. Okay. Nope. Just trying to activate Riju, and unfortunately she stands so close all the time. Let's activate something. Yeah, I don't particularly care what we use here. We're going to be wasting some kind of buff. Might as well get a 10-minute glow, I guess, or something. Or actually, you know, run speed is going to be good, so let's just use run speed. It'd be nice if Risha would just get in position for once. And you know what, we'll just bomb it. Oops. Aim's not as snappy as it usually is for me. There we go. Luckily we find a lot of bomb flowers down here. Let's go around. Yeah, I don't even mind spending so many bombs because I picked up so many. I'll catch up on the chat in a moment. I gotta do this fight first. Appreciate you. Get over here. Look, we can get a shot down in time. Great with the lightning. Whoa. Alright, that came in a bit close. Let's... Maybe... Do we want to maintain speed? We can, but... I think we have... Yeah, it doesn't matter if we burn some stamina food. It's... Probably alright. There we go, finally. Okay. My motion control responsiveness does seem a little bit off. I think it's just some signal problem with my controller relative to where I'm sitting. So I usually have my aim feel a lot snappier than this, but we'll take it. We do need to hit the remaining nodes, but that's fine. Riju, get over here. Even just an approximate shot will probably do it at this point. There we go. They're all labeled as skirted at depths. They're not really labeled by location, so I don't think there's going to be a location-based completion as a challenge like there is for, or was for the other mini-bosses of the main world, but, you know, we'll see. Samfiz, you said a few minutes ago, you find activating the sage to be pretty annoying a lot of the time, yeah. Yeah, it definitely feels very different in terms of how it's balanced, I guess. But it also has worked pretty well as a kind of resource conservation, I found. I've relied on the sage powers a lot with my one and only sage so far. And down here in the depths when I've been thinking about arrow conservation in particular, which has been a big consideration on my mind. Now, we don't really have any kind of ramp to take this down, and we don't get enough initial thrust from the fans themselves, I think. Which is why we usually need something like a sled or a rocket. But, might as well take this. Actually, no, it's slowing me down a little too much. Let's just run it. No, not a bomb. Let's go... There we go. Bright Bloom. We'll use like 200 of these so far since we came down. Yeah, simple crossings are fine. In fact, the glow food would have been interesting here because we know that having the full 3 points of glow actually does give me enough of range that I could just run at full speed and not worry too much about throwing seeds. Electric Chew, we'll take it. You choose me? Sometimes when you go to aim to gyro, it just doesn't kick in for a second or two. Yeah, I never had a problem in Breath of the Wild, but again, it might also be signal interference or something from where I'm sitting. Let's see here. Oh, that's an interesting location. Lots of electricity. I kind of don't want to take that right now. We'll get to it at some point. But balloon plus glider is always kind of nice when you can make it happen. Do we have rockets? Okay, good. Let's just make a rocket plane. Where am I? Auto build. Yeah, rocket glider. We don't really need 3 propellers for this distance. Yeah, we just need to aim this and go. Auto build is very, very nice. Yeah, this will probably just hit the floor right away. That's the only issue. We can gain some elevation with it. That'd be great. Let me just elevate our launch point slightly. Yeah, just put it on top of something. Like right here. Just kind of blast off from there. Whoa, no, not like that. Actually, if we removed these two, we could park it right on top. That'd be fine. Park it like this, then we got a rocket launch going. And then, where are we facing? A little off center, but that's what a steering stick is for if we have one. We don't have one. Okay, so that's what riding the wing is for, I guess. So yeah, you know what? Let's just tap it. Whoa. Okay. Oh, just hitting every rock along the way. Okay, that didn't quite go. Yeah, maybe putting a lamp on that might have been wise, but that's okay.
Yeah.
We know roughly where to go. You get encampment. Thing is, with a southwest corner, maybe that'll solve a mystery involving the former senior Great Fairy. Look at that, he's driving around there. I bet it's one where we snipe him off and then we unlock the hut, but we'll deal with it later. It's probably easier if we do get friendly with the Yuka clan the way I've been meaning to. And this should give me a bit of visibility. Yeah, link at the depths. Watch out for that tree. Easier said than done. When you're just kind of flying blind like that with no lamp. Okay, there's the location I was looking for, I think. Oh, let's poke these guys. Smack them all. Yeah, one hit will do it. Pose for defense. Hey. When it's 3DS Wii U eShops were winding down, I kind of picked up Rhythm Heaven on a whim and really got into it. And so I was just thinking about the wrestler minigame, the one with the press interview with the wrestler. That's one of the more iconic bits of Rhythm Heaven. Whenever I see it a pose over here, because, you know, they always say pose for the fans, pose for the fans. Anyway, that's our little bit of deep Nintendo lore for today. Okay, do we have Cliff to kick this off? Ah, whatever. I always like getting the stylish kill on these guys, but I don't know if we have a Cliff for it. We might not have the elevation drop we need, so... Or just slap it. So do I have an overall plan for what I'm going to tackle next? I did have an overall plan, and then we fell into the depths. Rather by accident. I was hoping to eventually maybe work my way up to Dorito. At this point, you know, because it was kind of interesting to do my first dungeon with no glider, I'm going to see if I can do the rest and then just kind of do Central Hyrule last. I did want to get the Great Fairy upgrades going because I'm a little desperate for that at this point, and I do know where to do it. Because we've been pointed at Woodland Stable, which I do remember. And we had a lot of the geoglyphs that I finally know how to talk to after passing a whole bunch of them. But yeah, we get diverted easily, and of course I just kind of accidentally fell into the depths, and we've been here ever since. Here in the depths I do have one specific thing I want to do, which is a particular quest involving the Great Plateau location, where we need to hit 4 points and collect 4 objects. So we collected 1 object, and we have completely failed to find the other 3. And I was going to do that originally this stream, but as you can see, we have been a bit busy. Alright. That's got to be the ferry corner. We were wondering how I made it here without the glider. Actually, it turns out that the... So I was largely avoiding going down to the depths because I figured I might need a glider. Or at least some ferries to take fall damage. Ooh, this is new. We haven't seen him before. Stalnox in the depths. We'll take him. Maybe I should light the place up first, but... Yeah, we'll light the place up first, and then we'll take him. I should mark that location so I don't forget it. We found Lionels down here too, but we haven't fought them yet. But anyway, so... I kind of accidentally fell into the depths through a location that I didn't realize would necessarily take me here. And that also happened to be a location that gave me a safe landing. So that works. Whoops. Whoa, that was not a safe landing. So yeah, I just happened to check a particular spot that landed me in the depths in water. And that was extremely convenient. Especially because I do know how to get out of here. I found the way out pretty quickly. We just haven't taken it. If it were any other hole, I could have gone splat. Yeah, pretty much. But it wasn't a hole that was designated as a standard chasm. Like, it wasn't one of the chasms. Because we had been specifically avoiding going down to chasms. Since I figured I couldn't make it. Okay, we have made it pretty far on the map. Fight the Stalnox? I think we're going to fight the Stalnox. We're actually a little bit short on weapons in some ways, but we do have eyeballs, and that should be helpful. Anyway, Stalnox is right behind me, Light is over here, that looks like it might be the last one. We can go for the light first, perhaps, unless it's a big drop. I did not have an idea of what was down here, apart from some hints from the overworld. Like, I didn't know if the points were going to be isolated or connected, or whether it was mostly going to be caverns or what. I had no idea. But I did know a few things. I did know about the central mine. Whoops, we need to poke these with stones. We have stones? We don't have stones. We need a rock, rather. Where's a rock? Or I'll just bomb them. Whatever. I'll bomb 2 of them. Okay. We'll just skip the other guy, whatever. I don't care. But yeah, we didn't know very much at all. We did know that the Yiga clan was down there because we heard about it. I also knew about the central abandoned mine, as I said before, because we did have the relevant quest. Don't tell me that's a Lionel. No. Oh, it's a mount. We want that. We want that. We want that very much. Oh, it's armored. Okay. You know what? We're getting on a horse. Beautiful. Now we're in business again. Whoop. Whoops, wrong button. I was trying to shoot this. Okay. Yes, we want horses. Horses are great down here. They're absolutely fantastic. Derbishad Visser, you are maybe the 3rd or 4th person to ask me that. And the answer is that I fell in a particular location that was not marked as a chasm, and it landed me in water down here. So we basically got lucky, given that I didn't intend to come down here in the first place. Oh, got a couple of defenders back here. Whistle bow broke, that's fine, we've got more. Oh, whoops. Hey, oh, horse, come back. Didn't mean to jump. Anyway, we're here. Wow, that was simple. Underground cemetery, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, so the original plan was to finish the quest that was around the central mine. But given that we couldn't locate the key items for it, I've just decided to run around and map the place, since we're down here anyway, and we know how to get out, so I can stop at any time without fast travel. Because we found the ascent point already. Anyway, here it is. Oh, I guess that's the cemetery. And I wonder what the corresponding location is. Let's take a look at this. Arbiter's grounds, yeah, roughly. So over here is the skeleton location. You can actually see the trace of the skeleton here on this map as well, which is interesting. Because we spent way too long there for a number of reasons. This totally looks like some kind of fight arena, doesn't it? Anyway, here's the cemetery. It makes sense that the cemetery is right under the Arbiter's grounds. That's a very Twilight Princess thing to do in some ways. Very, very Twilight Princess, in fact. So are these to give though, or I think they might be. If they are, then I need Regio at the very least. Running low on arrows here. We can also just throw lightning at these guys. Like this. Does kind of half damage. Yeah, that works. Did I throw a muddle bud or something by mistake? Oh no, he just exploded next to a muddle bud. That works too. Rejo, if you please. Service, please. There we go. Whoa, there's a lot of gloom. Yeah, we'll just toss more fruit. We must have exploded a muddle bud next to this guy. That's probably what happened. Here we go. Few minutes. How do you beat Xenologue Chapter 3? I don't remember having too much of an issue with it. That's the one with the long corridor across the bridge over to Oakhurst and Diamant, right? Oh, I remember the second half of that was something that took me a bit of figuring out. Mainly you need to keep the cannoneers under control, but I'm sure you figured that out. I'm sure you'll be pleased to know that the one I had to restart was actually Xenologue 4. Anyway, let's do the toss again. I feel like this will be most cost efficient because I am way down on arrows. We kind of need to conserve. Riju, come on, get over here. There we go. Sneak attack in the back. Very good. In fact, fire works against these guys too, right? I discovered fire first, in fact, before I try to with lightning. We can just do that too. I mean, I wonder if they will respond to weapons, but if it's anything like their game world counterparts, this will be a better way to do it. Great. What a combo. I'm still a peacock? Yeah. I don't need to worry about temperature down here, which is why I can be a peacock again after having to take it off for a while for climate reasons. Yeah. I got so much shock fruit, I don't really mind chucking the chew jelly everywhere. But I'm low enough in arrows that I don't want to spend too many of those. Even though headshot with the arrow might actually be good. Also, can we rob some tombs? We totally can. And of course it's a Poe inside. That makes total sense from a lore perspective. I'm a big fan of the silly hat. It's also... I mean, my armor right now caps out at 3 points because we haven't upgraded anything. So we might as well use the hat. That also gives me 3 points but happens to be stylish. I'm a big fan of the hat. We earned it. We worked for it. Let's let Riju just do that. Can I do collision damage on these guys? Not much. Okay. I guess we'll just go back to the chew jelly. Weaken them a bit. Can't carry any more melee weapons. Oh, what? Let's take this guy out first. I should actually just break a melee weapon against something and then... toast this guy. Oh, almost. But yeah, so the hat actually is my best piece of armor right now, as long as I don't need any additional defensive effects. Occasionally, when I've been in electrical fights, I've been switching to the Thunder Helm. It's generally been one of the two. Excellent. Perfect. Something that doesn't fill inventory. Well, yeah, B-minutes, maybe I should look at your VOD to see what was giving you trouble with that one. I mean, the thing is, you know, if you're playing on hard, we had the exact same difficulty tuning on these maps. In Felsenalog, given that there's no gear or item advantage. So, maybe I can see what happened. But for now, let's see if we can do this first. Yeah, I remember everything up to Alchris was not that bad. Once Diamant got activated, I did have some issues with defensive positioning where I had one character who kept getting sniped. But I remember that was the main thing I had to deal with. There was just one character that was out of position for me, and once we fixed that, the map came down. Let's try with Shock Fruit. I don't think the damage is really any kind of difference. We need to... Like, is he vulnerable to anything? Yeah, he is. Maybe we could just slap these once we weaken them. Like, yeah, actually that's much more efficient. You just weaken them and then slap them. Which I don't think you can... I never actually tried that in main world, because main world would just pelt them with arrows and be done with it. But yeah, I guess if they're in that weakened state, you slap them and they're done. But yeah, the thing about a lot of Felsenalog is that you kind of have to know when to either ignore or control reinforcements, since you're not getting XP out of them anyway, right? So anyway, as I was saying, I'm really glad we've gotten comfortable doing the object throw in this game, because I didn't realize you could do it. Or at least I didn't figure out the controls to do it until about 90 hours into this game, and then now we're using it everywhere. And because it's short range, it's better than archery. Even if it's a little bit slower. So, anyway, the purpose of the underground cemetery, it seems, was to give me this thing for being a grave robber. Don't know that we have anything else to look at right away here, so we'll... You've got pose up here, I suppose, but... But yeah, some of the later Felsenalog maps get long. I didn't really particularly struggle with 5 and 6, for instance, but they are amazing maps that took me hours and hours and hours, because... yeah, they are very full-size experiences. But yeah, I love throwing materials, especially now that we have muscle memory for it. It was awkward for me at first, but we have it now, so... Anyway. Why do we stamp this? Because we got the tower already. We're good. Same with this one. Let's just simplify stamps. This guy, yeah, it was a Stalnox. We'll go back for him eventually. Let's see what's going on here. It might be a boss arena, it might be something else, but we do want to eventually go to the ferry location. This is totally some kind of coliseum. Which you'll notice doesn't exist in the main world. But again, this whole thing, very, very Twilight Princess, which is what is kind of suggested by the Arbiter's grounds to begin with. So yeah, there's a desert coliseum. This is interesting. Probably a boss fight. Probably a boss fight that we're totally not ready for, but you know, we'll take a look. But yeah, throwing materials, I mean, like so many things, it's an adjustment to start thinking in terms of tiers of the kingdom instead of just assuming things will work in the conventional way. Because coming in from Breath of the Wild can be really deceptive sometimes when you uncover all the assumptions that you have about what methods are going to work and so on. Anyway, this is an enclosed coliseum. I kind of wonder if it's one where you enter the gates and the door shuts behind you, or... That would be kind of uncharacteristic for this game, but, you know, we'll see. Also, I feel like a vehicle assembly point is... would be helpful here. What a gigantic game, really. I mean, I might still be streaming this months from now for all I know. Anyway, we have balloons, we have wheels and bombs. I feel like the bombs might be useful, but... Let's walk around the Coliseum and see if we can actually enter it, because I don't see an entry point right now. We'll just do the circuit. This almost looks like a main gate. No, that's just a pillar. Where's the main gate then? Is this structure? Okay. Well then. Cursed treasure chest. Oh, it totally is going to lock you in and make you fight with a really low ceiling. It's a very gloomy treasure chest, though. I feel like you probably can't pick it up. I'm totally going to die. Anyway. Yeah. Very ominous low ceiling. I feel like things are going to collapse around you or something. Hey, look at that. I mean, that doesn't look suspicious at all, right? I feel like maybe you're not allowed to touch this yet until... Oh yeah, we get locked in. Oh, that's not too bad, but that's just door number 1. I bet it gives you a line or something. This is the first time I've seen the Horriblins in the undergrowth, in the underbelly, rather. Let's get Riju up and running, and then we'll start pelting them. But yeah, we'll need to conserve resources, I'm sure. Oh yeah, that actually one-shot him. That's great. This guy should be simple. We activate Riju, and we'll just pelt them one at a time. Okay. Just need to be very, very defensive. We'll heal up eventually, but... I actually wonder if just doing shock fruit against this guy. Oh yeah, he just dies instantly. Okay, blue. Now we're getting serious. Alright, come at me. Practically all 3 down. No problem. Then black. Got a couple more doors after that, so we can't get too complacent, but throwing lightning against these guys seems to be really effective. Okay, that's going to take a bit more damage, but that's okay, we'll just slap them with more weapons. Let's go shock fruit again against... We have a shock weapon too, so... Whoa, okay. He hits hard. Oh yeah, we got hit by lightning. That's, I think we should go defense up, yeah. And then we'll do something for the gloom recovery. Or, well, we only need 1 heart recovery, so let's do that, and then probably just top it off with some apples or something. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Actually, bananas. Okay. Okay, we do need to pick up my weapon, or a weapon. Boulder sledge. Yeah, okay, first of all, let's get Rishu up and running. Here we go, down. Only 1, that's fine. Take him down, and then let's slap him. We've got lots of weapons to work with. I don't even want to go too hard against him. We gotta take it easy, you know? Although I kind of think that if we throw this spear and just pick up the other sledge that's beside me. Let's go. Now, let's just go shock fruit again. Yeah, we need to not get within range of the lightning attack. We actually had a bit of an own goal earlier. Whoops. Okay. One more door unaccounted for, by the way. We don't know who's going to come, and hopefully it's not a Lionel or something. But, you know, given that this is thematically a pretty consistent Horrible fight, we'll assume that things are going to continue to work that way. Oh. Oh, let's not hit the wall. Whoa, okay. I'm whacked by a rock. Okay. Oop. Okay. Kind of conserving my good weapons. Oh, well. Down. Easy. Okay, who's next? Gang's all here. It's actually our first silver one of the game. I should have fused it with a weapon, but that's okay. We'll go with what we have. Is that gold? Or yeah, let's take down low-hanging fruit first, if perhaps. We need to not get one shot, so let's see here. Might want to fill up on hearts, but because I would assume that with Gloom, maybe you don't get the one-hit protection that you normally would. Okay. Oh, he's got a fire weapon. Let's be a little bit careful here. I don't have any fairies, so we can't be too incautious. But if we just zone everybody out and just use Rishu to knock them down, we might actually be okay. We're just using the crappy bows right now. We're not dumping the best stuff on them. But yeah, if we take out the low health ones first, like the blue one, perhaps. Yeah. I feel like we want to switch to the big weapons until we simplify things a bit. But everybody's kind of bunched up right now. Whoa, oh no, hang on. Okay, that's bad. That was a hard hit. Okay. Can we... I don't want to use all the gloom food right away. We might have some issues with that, so... Yeah, we just need to stay far away and not get hit. Just take everything at range that we can. Okay. That guy's been taken down some ways. Shock fruit if we can. Okay. Good. Do we have room for weapons? Not yet. It's kind of nice that Riju isn't just getting right up to their faces, because then I can actually activate her. Where's my bow? Lionel bow. Should I use it against these guys? Yeah, I guess we have to. It's a bit overkill, but... Okay, there we go. It was just one shot with a Lionel bow. I'm conserving it quite a bit. MGM1, sheesh, that took longer than expected. Yeah. You gotta keep yourself fed. Okay, well that was fun. And we'll ascend through here. I don't know if it just sends you all the way up to the ceiling or if there's something on the second layer. But that was a lot of fun actually, this one. One of the really unique new enemies in this game. How are we doing for damage-wise? Yeah, we'll keep some of this stuff. And we have a nice hard-hitting weapon now as well for kind of medium-sized mining purposes. More spike balls, long stick. Yeah, this is going to be the same as this one here. I actually think for durability reasons we'll trade it off. Whoops. I said for durability reasons we'll trade it off. Yeah. That'll be fine. Might even trade off this one. No, we actually need a one-hander. Okay, let's see what this is. Good night, James D. Sheik's mask. A mask that had been worn by Sheikah, who saved a time-traveling hero. Didn't know this was in the game. The final word in undercover gear, even though it is, well, 2 points, but maybe it's very upgradable. Yeah, so it's the equivalent of the stealth mask. Let's sort this stuff. Or am I just alphabetic now? No, I'm just by set. Okay, this is by set. Then this is my property or not? It's not. But anyway, we have Sheik's mask. Was that in Breath of the Wild? I don't think so. Not even with Amiibo, I don't think. Although I'm not sure if you had the relevant Smash Amiibo, whether maybe that was the case. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, Sheik totally is still in Smash because everyone is here. I know that the lobster shirt was from Amiibo in the first game. It is not from Amiibo here. I haven't plugged in any Amiibo yet. Because I do have the Toon Link Amiibo and the 8-bit Link Amiibo, but I don't have them on me right now. I have them stored in a different location, so I haven't plugged them in. But so some of the Amiibo gear is regularly obtainable in this game. And I don't know if that was the case for Sheik's mask as well, or if it was something else completely. But I guess it only gives me the 1 point in stealth, so it's kind of equivalent to the standard stealth mask functionally, but maybe it's upgradable in a very unique way, and of course, cosmetically it's very special. It was in Breath of the Wild, okay, I see. So it was a DLC gear or Amiibo gear or something? Because I know they patched in a whole bunch of stuff like that. It sounds like it's the kind of thing that should have been Amiibo gear. But yeah, exactly. So it seems like a lot of the amiibo stuff is returning in a standard fashion this time. Anyway, let's ascend. Let's go up. I think it just takes me up top, but we'll see. Very low ceiling, but... Okay, if it is just a ceiling, we're actually just going to go back down. So I don't have to deal with the drop. Anything else we need here? Not really. So yeah, that was reasonably unique. Given that on a desert it's pretty much nothing, I don't think, although we don't have the map open. Yeah, I forgot to take this off. Right, this was the one that you have this difficulty getting to because of quicksand. Anyway, let's keep going. Skeleton time. And here it is uncovered. Kind of interesting that... Ooh, dark skeleton. Oh. What is that? That's well, let's deal with this stuff first. How long have we been in the depths? Since yesterday. I got here at the end of yesterday's stream. What is that guy? That looks tough. Is that a Horriblin that dropped, or is that something else? Yeah, Riju, help me out here. Looks like he's gonna pounce on me, so... Yeah, that's totally a Horriblin, right? Oh, I wouldn't read your range. Okay, easy snipe. Easy snipe. Alright, let's clear this place. At some point we'll have to pop the pumpkin, but... Where's the enemy? Oops, let's not step there. Sheik has been in Smash 4 as well. Yeah, no, I remember that, because that's when they split her and Zelda, only to bring back that idea with Pyre and Mithra recently. Yeah, no, because I remember specifically in Smash 4 that that's when they split. Yeah, this guy's a bit tougher. Or maybe I just missed a shot. Are we still on my mighty bow? Oh, no wonder, yeah. I don't want to waste too many shots on this thing. Because the one Lionel I defeated in this game was not easy by any means. It took me a lot of work. And a lot of food. I'm gonna even just switch to the... Hang on. Whoops, that's not what I want to do. I might even want to switch to the Gerudo bow. I have no muscle memory for weapon switching when I'm in the middle of a fight. Okay, there we go. Shocking. And then... How am I doing for health? I'm okay. Go. Come on, Riju. Get over here. Actually, no, we don't want to attack him with the arrow, right? Or do we? Yes, we do. Down. Pop the pumpkin sounds like a euphemism? Yeah, it totally is. Oh, I see. I finally caught up to what you were saying, Derveshide Visor, about Smash 4 rather versus Smash Ultimate renders when it comes to the characters. Oh, hands. Don't like these. With Riju though, perhaps we can get these guys to calm down a bit. These guys are way too fast. I might have to use a pumpkin soon. They calm down after a while, right? No, they don't. Well, okay. I had a particular method for these previously. But no, we're just gonna run. I mean, as Riju could catch up to me. Or get some run speed going. Yeah. Yeah. He's got a massive problem. I did have a way to fight them, I just don't remember what it was. I think I just usually wait until they go away. But... oh, we're dead. We're totally dead. Okay. Hang on, we need fire. I did use fire. I just don't have any muscle memory right now. Especially close range. Nope, we're dead. Yeah, I've beaten the hands multiple times before. But we're out of gloom food, and yeah, I've actually farmed quite a lot of dark clumps, in fact, but we might have wanted to pop run speed there. Basically, we got hit by way too much gloom at once there. Let's see how far back we've been kicked. Whether I need to do the whole section again or something else. Yeah, I loved their design as well, but my goodness, they're horrifying. So let's see how much we have to clear. Weapon-wise... yeah, the Horriblins are still there, so we do need to fight them. We'll do that first, before we get into too much trouble. I can never tell how much progress I've lost. That's my one misgiving about how some of this stuff works. Is he within lightning range? He is now. Okay. Alright, get over here. Get over here. Okay. Yeah, no, we'll stay on this. It works. Let's go back to shock fruit. We've got lots of it. In case we did chew jelly for crafting or something at some point. But I guess the shock fruit has the benefit of being edible for health if we really need it. I should actually pop one of these Sonai cooking pots and get some more gloom food going before I proceed, because we haven't cooked in a long time, this thing. I do have the materials for a little bit more gloom food, but not much. And even gloom resist food might be good, but don't know exactly how good. You know, I've already taken one heart. Over here, let's see if I can get him out of here. There we go. If I'm not doing fast travel, how would I escape the depths? Yeah, I've already found one of the ascent spots, in fact. I found it pretty quickly. It was not hard to locate. I was concerned about that at first as well, especially because, you know, I've been stingy about things like ammo for that reason. That I didn't know how long I'd be down here. But now that I know how to get out, I'm kind of comfortable staying down here until resource depletion becomes a problem. Because I know I can make my way back. So... Anyway, I found a spot. I haven't actually used it yet, so I don't know how long the trip is. Whether the animation really kind of sells you on how long it takes. So anyway, if we're dealing with hens, we actually... Well, first of all, let's see who's left. So I think there was one more orb here somewhere. But yeah, previously I found fire was actually pretty effective against the hens. Also just getting out of this location and maybe ascending up or something would help too. But we have beaten the hens a couple times. What we should do is get some more lights. Yeah. Before we really get into trouble. There's some things that you're curious how I'll tackle, yeah. The one that was really satisfying was taking down Lightning Gleeok with no glider. Yeah. But so far, the things that we have found that are actually impossible are at least 2 shrines I've encountered that require the updraft. And because it's not like you can build out of that, since you weren't allowed to build anything in those locations. Okay, there we go. So let's calm down for a moment and get weapons out. Might need a Lionel bow for this. Might also need eyeballs for it. But let's see. If we use the broadsword at range, maybe. Eyeballs? Doesn't do much. Let's not use it any further because we do need the effect possibly. Although we have more rubies, we can always make more. So, but at this point, I should probably go bows with fire if I can. Yeah, because the thing about fire is that it does freeze them in place. See if Fire Fruit does just as well. I think the explosion range isn't quite as good as Red Shoe, but also we're spending way too much with this Lionel bow. There we go. And after a while, if you defeat enough of them, they do start to dissipate, I think. Let's go to Gerudo bow. As long as we don't get caught. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Samphis, by the way, what inspired doing no glider for this game? It was accidental. I knew I absolutely wanted to do no fast travel. Because when I started doing that in Breath of the Wild, which I only started doing it at 120 shrines actually, I kind of fell in love with that way of playing with the game and engaging with the game world. I played Master Mode that way, and I kind of wish I had played Breath of the Wild that way to begin with. Now, when I decided to do no fast travel, what I didn't realize was it meant that after missing the glider, I would just be too distracted to go back for it. I saw more and more clues as to where the glider could be obtained, and it actually took me a while to realize that I was supposed to have the glider. I think I was all the way over to Akala before I was convinced the game really does want me to have the glider at this point. hence the uncleared shrines in certain locations. And at that point, we just kind of rolled with it, where it just became more and more interesting to see what could be done without it. And I always expected I would pick up the glider at some point. I actually completely intended to pick it up before coming down to the depths for the first time. But we fell down here accidentally, so that didn't happen. You would consider ascending out of the depths of vertical fast travel. Well, it's not using the warp ability, so it's okay. I did have to compromise on one thing. In the tutorial, you are required to warp once to go fetch the recall power. And I did try to look for alternatives to see if I could ascend anywhere or climb anywhere or build something. But it's simply too much elevation to cover. You actually can't do it, I'm pretty sure, with resources that you have at the beginning of the game. So we have used exactly one warp this entire game, and that was for the shrine number 4 on Tutorial Island. Other than that, we've been completely clean. So if I get the glider, I mean, I do require it for certain locations. I probably will start using it. It's fine. The more important condition for me is no fast travel. And going without the glider has just been an accident of doing that, basically. But I'm thinking I will at least try to clear all of the regional dungeons without it, because I think it can be done. There are certain points in the sky that seem difficult to clear without it, simply because, you know, going balloons by themselves probably won't get me to the right coordinates. But in general, we've found some pretty interesting solutions for things that seem to require a glider. And it's a lot more feasible than you might think. And yeah, that's the thing. Like, I've picked up so many Koroks. I think when I played Breath of the Wild originally, I only finished with under 200 Koroks. When I initially finished and saw the end credits for the first time with 120 shrines. But that's because I was using fast travel, right? I was skipping over tons of terrain. But for me, the appeal of Breath of the Wild and this game, substantially, is the fact that the world is contiguous and seamless. And you might as well experience that to the fullest, I find. And yeah, because everything is handcrafted, as you were saying, it's not much in the way of filler at all. Like, even here in the depths where, you know, aesthetically the depths are much more samey than the world above, you don't get that kind of very clean division between biomes. But the terrain still has quite a lot of variety from moment to moment, right? Like, it's not really that much of a concern. Did we ever pin this? We didn't. Okay, so let's mark this. There's probably one additional light switch somewhere down there, but we'll see. I just noticed when I was zoomed in that, yeah, I just noticed the earring on Rishu's avatar. Anyway. Ruby is badly damaged. Let's switch off of it for the time being. We've been holding this Ruby broadsword for so long and just using it in special circumstances. But yeah, and it does feel like you get to glider way later, no matter what you do, I think. Just because at least you have to play a bit of the overworld without it. But the thing is, there were so many changes from Breath of the Wild that seemed like they corrected for how some mechanics trivialize other mechanics, like the infinite bombs, for instance. That, when I first started playing this without the glider, it felt totally normal to me that maybe in Tears of the Kingdom you get it very late. It seemed completely within the realm of what this game does differently. That would be a plausible thing that the developers were trying. And so I just didn't notice anything off about that for the longest time until we started hitting a few locations where the requirement was perhaps a little bit stricter. So we didn't end up doing anything interesting with the skeleton, did we? Oh, no, we didn't go far enough. We need to go further into the corner. Okay. I backed out too soon. I expected this to be end. We actually do want to take it to the corner, I think, just to see. I feel like there was probably something more interesting here that we missed. It's too suspicious a location. But yeah, Sam Fizz, the big shock for me. So I killed a couple of Moldugas in the desert, but it was kind of a big adjustment to realize, wait a minute, I guess you can't just drop bombs everywhere to fish them out. So in some ways it felt like a whole new fight. I mean, I had bomb flowers, of course, but, you know, placing them isn't going to work the same way as placing bombs used to. And I love the bomb change, incidentally, because I did feel like I was way too reliant on them in the first game. Hang on, we don't want bows, we want... Yeah, we'll just go Spiky Club, so one-shot them. There we go. Oh yeah, that's the electrical base. That's an ascend point. We'll mark it. It's absolutely an ascension point. Where does it take me? Right next to the skeleton. Probably right to the skeleton fairy cave, in fact. Where we were missing that one skull piece. Maybe ascending through here is what gives me that piece. The fragment that we were missing. Maybe. We spent so much time checking that it's quite possible that this could resolve a mystery. But anyway, let's deal with these guys. Electrical Zophos. I kind of want to go around them. I find electric attacks to be a lot of work. It is 100% possible to get a last try in the beginning with a fast travel. It takes about 20 minutes. Okay, so I guess we were too impatient about that. Because I definitely tried to look for it. Oh, I think I didn't understand how to use the floating platforms at the time. Maybe that's it. But then if you run out of power... Okay. So that's too bad. This was almost a perfect no warp run and compromised in the wrong place. Yeah, Sampiz, you didn't find a skull piece either. Yeah, I spent so long looking for that. I spent like an hour on that last time. And I thought, I mean, it was kind of strange to me because you could find the other pieces just fine just by solving environmental clues in that location. I thought maybe, you know, that would suggest that all the pieces were like that. But I wonder if it is some kind of quest in another location in the desert where you have to like take a vehicle to escort the skull over or something, right? That might be the case.
Yeah.
Because I went back to the place twice and we just never found out what was going on with it. I don't know that I want to ascend through here yet. I don't know if we can cancel out of it the way we usually do. Because that actually throws me way out of position. But it does potentially give me more fairies, so... Yeah, actually, Fairy Fountain is kind of this way. When you go inside the skeleton. So this pops you into the desert, I think. Looking at it. Yeah, the floating platform is okay. I didn't understand the floating platforms at the time, I think, because I did try to set that up. But the power management was pretty new to me at that time. There are a few locations here, too, where it seems like either floating platforms or stakes would actually be able to get you out without ascend. But yeah, I absolutely don't consider ascend here to be violating no fast travel. I think it's just like ascending anywhere else in the game. So, do we want to do it though, or do we want to stay down? We have so many light points to hit here. I feel like we can stay down and just continue unlocking. Because at least we now know where a potential exit is. Let's check this location. Looks like there's something else that way. Might just be a vehicle point.
Yeah.
We will eventually need more gloom food, though, so... There will be a limit to how long I can stay in the depths, but yeah, vehicle point. Weapon depot as well, if we need anything. We need bows, mostly. Balloons, wings... Okay. Don't know where that's useful yet, but that's okay. We'll, just take this. Zonai Device Depot, yeah. We must construct additional supply depots. Anyway. So I don't know if the skeleton does anything else here. I think it's just mostly a landmark then.
Yeah.
No, I was wondering about it simply because, you know, there's so much still unaccounted for with great fairies and... sure, let's fight these guys. Where Riju got knocked back. Also, we totally need food. Or we are going to get one shot. So only give me 2 hearts. We might need to run with that anyway. Let's see what we can do here. With toss, maybe. Let's go shock fruit.
Yeah.
Whoops. Oh, also we're at leash range, and that's okay. We'll engage these anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go. Let's get Rishu activated for the next one. Where was it? Here we go. Badly damaged? That's fine. We'll toss it. Grab more weapons. Whoop. Luckily, this guy doesn't do much. Another weapon. should actually ice him, since we have a clubbing weapon.
Yeah.
Oh. There we go. Oh, totally missed. Okay, never mind. Not dead yet. Okay, dead. Yeah, we should probably eat and heal up. But... Does a bright blue on a shield get its light distance shrunk appropriately? Interesting. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, because the thing is, once you plant them, you can't interact with them anymore. So in the planted state, they are no longer available. I think we need to use a cooking pot, at the very least. That's why there's so many portable cooking pots that I've never taken advantage of. I haven't used a single one this game. But if we look at our materials, let's see here. I mean, when we find a light source, then gloom is not so much of an issue. But we're trying to get to a light source, so... Yeah, we do have this. Probably wanted additional hearts with it. More veggie porridge, we have no milk. Right, because rice ball recipe is what we got off of Addison. So we just needed a laser with additional hearts to do a +6. That probably would have been fine, but... It looks faintly like a light bulb. Oh, we've seen that one already, okay. I bet we're gonna take a little chip of fall damage or something at some point, and that'll be the end of the story. Not shock fruit, let's see. What's this?
Yeah.
We are getting a little low on the seeds though. Lower than I would like. Yeah, this dark skeleton is a pretty interesting spot. But I don't know if there's much else to do there. At least for now. More skeleton. Yep.
Yeah.
We're a little underpowered for him right now. In terms of food. I mean, if I eat up, I can probably take him, but... I think I want to light things up first. Yeah, let's go that way. Can't really pick a fight right now, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But if we get over to the light... Oh yeah, he sees me. Just about. we can get over to the light,
Yeah.
then we don't need to use gloom food. We can just power up with the regular stuff. And so, I like to just map things out and get the gloom cure and manually so we can conserve resources. Going to bed, thanks. Yeah, thanks for dropping by and giving us some conversation, rather. Yeah, it's kind of nice to see more people dropping by as others complete the game and feel safe watching me fumble around with no glider. So, definitely makes it a lot of fun to have some people coming back and seeing how it is we're muddling through. Okay, we need to not get whacked by these guys. That would be a terrible way to go. We do a broadsword, we haven't linked anything yet. Or we could just get Rishu to do something here. Yeah. We're gonna get sniped if we're not careful. Oh, yeah, definitely. Let's eat the gloom food. Let's not mess around. Okay. That's precisely why we saved it. Okay. Come on. Give me a swipe. Here we go. And speaking of which, get a bit of a range extension on this. Anyway, just about there. And we'll extend them out. Really should learn how to scout those drops. Okay, so that helps somewhat. And we'll probably keep on uncovering more of the map. We're out of anti-gloom food. Maybe we should stack up on some, but yeah, because, you know, did rice balls with an additional bit of health or something. Fog of War slowly getting lifted, yep. Black sheep wall. That's all it is. Still have all these StarCraft cheat codes from 1998 still tucked in the back of my head. Anyway. Let's see here. Yeah, we'll just cut across. We'll eventually want to make it back here for the quest, but don't know how long I'll be able to stay today. Probably not too much longer, but we'll try to pop some more towers and See if we can get something done. I don't really want to get into an electric fight right now. We're just a little undersupplied. I did want to take out that Stalnox. I think we've only faced one Stalnox so far in the game, in the overworld. It was in a fun location. But we haven't really seen too many of them around since. We get a vehicle here, no more balloons. More gliders. That's fine. Just not what we need right now. I mean, we can always use auto build to just break open a vehicle in the middle of nowhere, but we might as well just get a lay of the land and pick things up along the way. Yeah, getting more and more comfortable down here. I see constructs, maybe. Unless it's just Yiga Clan driving around or something. Like they like to do. Let's dodge the camp for the moment. Just don't think it's going to be a very favorable resource trade at the moment, so we'll try not to pick too many fights. If you have a stockpile, auto build is overpowered even more than bombs were, yeah. I can absolutely see that because, you know, we were so worried about my available parts. But then now that I've tried auto build a few times, even if you have an incomplete build, the parts are actually so cheap. Like, extremely cheap, given how costly they are in comparison from the random rolls. Something that's also not location dependent. Just one of many reasons that speedruns in this game would be a lot of fun to watch. What is this guy? It's gotta be Construct, right? Where am I even standing? Oh, this must be pretty close to... I want to say the temple, but no, temple's down here. Temple is right above the Dark Skeleton, in fact, which makes sense. In its own little way. This is... oh, this is the, Construct boss. Same kind of bosses in the tutorial zone. Are we prepared? I'm really low on bows. That's the main thing. Extremely low on bows, and this is fragile right now. We do need it for long-range shots, so we need to keep it. But as I recall, we just needed to take this guy apart with my build power, so we can try to engage him. I don't know if we'll be trapped or something, but yeah, it's totally the Construct mini-boss. Let's take a look at this. Let's see if we have anything in particular we want. 4 hearts. Or so. Maybe having the glow would be a good idea. Just one less thing to worry about. No, we want speed. We always want speed. And... let's fight him. Let's fight him. Let's construct 2. Right, because don't we need to pelt him first? Whoa, okay. Yeah, we actually do need to hit the correct location, right? So... Okay, great. Oh, come on. Oh, he should be easy. Whoops. Spoke too soon. At least he doesn't dump any gloom on me. Let's get stamina up, perhaps. Yeah, look, one of these. Let me see. Defense might not be a bad idea either. But we'll likely be overwriting a lot of this stuff anyway. We might just wind up being one shot anyway. Let's see, where's my... Yeah, let's recover the remaining hearts just to be safe. I have bananas or something. Never find anything. Okay, there we go. Food. I got lots of bananas, just use that. A true Yiga Klansman. Where'd it go? We totally need more lights. Okay. Hang on. Let's light this place up a bit. Can't see him right now. I'll catch up in a chat in a little bit. I really do have to do this fight first. As far as all the auto builds go. Okay, so we just need to see where he's coming and then... Yeah. Muscle memory. Where are you? Maybe I need to hit him with something. So yeah, phase 1 was easy. Phase 2... Maybe we need to get on top of this. Maybe we need to stack some of this to get within range. Okay. That would be interesting, actually. Having a stack. Nope, I guess not. I wonder if I can just merge one of these onto my weapon or something. So is that going to zoom towards me? No. Let's figure out how to hit him. I can't reach at the moment. Oh. I feel like I do need to grab those, but can I grab those and whack them, or what's going on? No. Well, let's figure this out. Because currently we're in a bit of a puzzle situation, basically. We're trying to figure out what the interaction would be, whether one of these pieces would be valid or none of them. Basically, I'm not within range to grab, and I don't know if I will be, because we don't really have time to stack anything. Okay. What if I stack a bunch of objects and then use auto build? I mean, he wouldn't be auto build dependent as a boss though, right? can make sense. Maybe we just dump some of these off the edge or something. I don't know if that makes sense. Oop. Bad idea. We don't need swim speed, obviously, but do need health. Some sort. I'm gonna lose the stamina quickly. I might just need to shoot him, but let me think about this. There's something we're not doing or not using. Recall. Recall, absolutely. Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be recall. Because that gets me in a position. If I stand on top of one of the blocks and I recall it, then I can get within position to zip on up to him. It might be tricky, but let's find some food first. Yeah, we don't care about swim speed generally, I think, so we'll do something like that. We just need some food. And then just get it back up to full. Okay, so. Okay. Whoop. That wasn't quite what I wanted. It was close though. I needed to stop it. But then if I stop it, it falls down, right? Hang on. Yeah, I basically needed to jump on him after it's zipping up there, instead of falling down like that. That should absolutely be correct, though. Let's just make sure we have enough food. That looks absolutely correct. And sure, let's eat some cold resistance food. No reason. Okay. This is a really interesting way to implement recall in a fight, actually. It's not something I would have even remotely considered. Whoops. Let's not slip off, though. So I think we just jump on him afterwards and then smack him somehow. It's very inventive. It's kind of interesting the first time already when we saw Ultra Hand in a fight. But here's the problem, is that it goes way up. Oh, no. Okay, that was correct. We just lost our camera position. That was actually correct. But let's heat up. We don't actually need those buffers right now, so better just spin aggressively. Okay. Okay, now let's jump in the correct direction this time. Oh, I see. That's why it's difficult without the glider, because it kind of propels you upwards. So, yeah, unless we just do a pretty good dive or something. We can totally get on the back, we just need to face in a good direction if we don't have the glider to help us out. Do I want to keep going with the cold food? Maybe. Or we just take a risk here. I probably shouldn't take risks because next bit of fall damage will be a problem. Let's actually eat up. Come on. There we go. Whoop. Like I said, next bit of fall damage. No. Next hit's just gonna kill me. It's gonna one-shot me, so... Let's just be careful here. Let's take the middle block if we can. Because positionally that will probably be the easiest one to manage. Oh, once again, fell down. Yeah, I just keep facing the wrong way on the camera because we can't see where we're going. Okay, so this is a little bit tricky now. Single thing of slip resistance actually isn't that good, so we'll take it. Yeah, this looks like it's supposed to be a more paraglider friendly fight, but we can do it. We've done it before. Right, we've done things like this before. Okay, so go to middle position. That's a little more predictable. Why don't we face outward like this? Okay, now we'll grab this. There we go. Okay, we'll take a bit of a hit there. And then we'll go Ultra Hand to find this piece here. Okay, one more cycle and we're done. Yeah, it's gonna be this movement here, that's fine. Same as Flux Construct 1, I believe. This is like a Splatoon boss, this phase here. Well, we're dead. That's fine. We know how to kill it. And hopefully this resets me to a state where we have more food. Yeah, okay, we're fine. Totally fine. We should definitely eat up though, so let's go with this. In fact, we should just use a heavier weapon. But no, we're okay, actually. Not concerned. We do need to put up as many lights as possible. Okay. Oops. Okay, let's need to get way out of range. Yeah. Okay. I'm getting this pattern right away. Yeah, it actually feels like the Splatoon toaster box. Okay, we got him down right away. Now we need to deal with the aerial pattern, and we know how to do it now. So this will be really, really easy. After I avoid getting hit. Okay, so let's just spend something. Let's go run speed. Better to be safe. Let's go middle block if we can. Oops, no. Okay, that's fine. Let's get recall ready. Just kind of get in position too. Whoop, no. Slightly out. We do need food first. Because of the fall damage. We have something cheap we can use here. 3 hearts, 2 hearts. Yeah, I might as well just use this and then up for the rest. Okay. We'll face inward. We'll hopefully land properly. Great. Great, didn't even take fall damage. Down. Lost speed of bonus, I know, but the important thing is that we killed it. And that's the first portable beam emitter I've had. Okay, let's actually put these on the weapons or something. We have nothing on a broadsword the whole time? Yeah, I guess. I wonder... Oh no, because we broke the other weapon, didn't we? Let's construct 2 core. Yeah, we'll take it. Plus 20. We actually should have put it on his Zonai weapon base, but that'll work. That'll work. I'll take it. I think when I first started this game with the construct 1 core on the Great Sky Island, I had no idea what to do with the core. Because at that time I was not yet in the habit of just trying to fuse with everything, so... Anyway, we'll grab a lamp or 2 and then... That'll be a good way to finish, I think. That was a very satisfying fight, and of course it's only level 2 in those guys. So who knows how advanced to get. Got an enemy base over there. We won't take that yet.
Yeah.
We'll probably ascend out at some point, but I do want to see if we can do the central quest before we do. Even though we had quite a bit of trouble with that so far. Hang on. Anything here? No. Let's mark it. And okay, steadily revealing the map. It's a big map.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, here's a route right here. Yeah, I guess these are a little more densely packed around here. In this sector. Also, this looks like we're... yeah. Now let's take some of these off. Why did I mark this location? Oh, probably because I just aimed poorly or something. Let me take a look at that, actually. Where even was that? Oh yeah, I probably just missed a marker. I was trying to tag something. Or I forgot to convert that to something else. Let's take it out. I honestly don't remember what that was. I thought it was a tower, but I don't think it can be if we've already covered that area. Not a tower, but a light route. You get the idea. I think of them as towers. Oddly enough, if any of you are familiar with Jeff Vandermeer's Area X or Southern Reach trilogy, which was partly adapted into the film Annihilation a few years ago, there's this passage about, you know, a tunnel of root systems and such going deep into the earth that the lead character likes to think of as a tower. I'm kind of reminded of that here for some reason. But anyway, we haven't covered more of the map here. There's this guy. Yeah, we were probably just aiming for something here previously, maybe even this tower, and just overshot the mark. Or undershot this one when attempting to tag. Might as well try to do one or two more. You see what you meant now about just taking more aircraft across and unlocking more towers that way. This one... Oh yeah, no, that's that one over to Ridge. Interesting. That's more Yiga. There's a spring there. It might be an interesting fight, but especially if you just use eyeballs to snipe them quickly. And here's an interesting tower in itself. Not sure what that'll get me, but we can try to do a test ascension through it. Yeah, it is definitely some kind of Giga supply point or something. We'll see what we can do with it when we have a chance to descend. Let's give me the climb down input, please. Oh, there's a forge there. Yeah, okay, no, these are consistently the forges, that's why. We should recognize them by now. I'm gonna climb down input. What? Always a bit of difficulty here. Unless we just kind of hug the wall this way. Okay. Abandoned mine. There we go. I had to find some workaround sometimes for dropping off safely. That was not safe. Okay. But anyway, we have a forge here. I don't know if there is a construct working it. Yeah, there is. He wants me to clear the area first, though. That's okay, we can do it. Oh, yeah, here's another activation point. Maybe a recipe or something. Another Koga fight. It totally looks like another Koga fight. But if they see me, we're just gonna do some snipes first. Don't I have a cheaper bow that I can use here? No, we don't. I could really use a cheaper bow. Batteries. Must be pretty close to the Yiga drop point, in fact. That's over here. I've got a monster truck here. Or, well, I mean a platform. Nice platform, look at this. Oh, and it's got a wheel that turns some spikes, so you can really kind of bear down on somebody that way. That's a lot of fun. Banana, banana, banana. Ingredient in food stock. So yeah, we found one particular Korok type in the main world with the Yiga clan marker that has the donation tray and apparently takes something other than bananas. We haven't figured out what, and I was hoping to find some kind of clue, but we can totally drive this thing. Yeah, but there's an activation point here anyway that will perhaps unlock this base in a blueprint, but kinda sense might be another Koga fight coming. Koga went to the abandoned Gerudo mine. Yeah, it's gonna be another fight with him. I don't know if we want to do it right this minute. We might want to do it at the beginning of next stream or something. Particularly because I'm so short on bows, we don't want to just use the good stuff. I can get a bow or something here. That'd be great. Sundelion, yep. I think I want to save this thing in the recipe book. Or at least drive it over so we have it available in the fight. Because look at this thing, it's an absolute monster. It's got a stabilizer too to position it. Wow, look at that. Very cool. Very, very cool. Do we want to fight him now? I don't know. Maybe that's the last thing we do today. Let's see if we can snipe these guys first, though. Okay, so that's down. Oh no, maybe not. Okay, he's down. Nope. Or is he going to crash? Yeah. A couple of materials here. We should, given a precedent of how the previous fight worked, actually drive new vehicle into the arena first and have it available, and then pick the fight. I wonder if I can get this thing in a blueprint book. Like if I just take off the steering stick and put it back on or something. Or... no, I guess you do have to have it as a unit. You probably get to unlock it then. Well, I was hoping to do this with the Yigas friendly. That's my only hesitation with doing it now, but since we're here, mark this first, and let's go for it. This will definitely be the last thing I do, though. If you like a hand with that. I'm sure it's not the last fight, given that there's the final position that's underneath the Yiga base. That is probably a phase 3 with him too. Third location. Okay, so let's go Arakuda. Perfect. Now let's just whip him with something. We got a Flex Core 2 pounder. We'll save it. We'll go with both of the spear. And then Reaper. Okay. Get him down in no time. Where is he? I don't know if we can actually kill him with the vehicle too. Whoa, okay. Let's take way too much damage. What do we want to use here? Might as well just use the swim speed. We never use it, so. Reduce power as well. Whoa. There we go. Oh no, it's up there. He's got a shield. I probably should start shielding out of that cannon. cold weather attack, stormy weather attack, yeah. We want to save this stuff for certain other enemies, but probably use one of these. Let's figure this out. It's a Yiga fight. Let's eat some bananas. Wonder if I can just shoot him with bananas or something. Should have tried that against some Yiga foot soldiers. Okay. Oh, he is defended from the back as well. I actually think I'll need to take him from above and drop in. That'll be tricky with a glider, but that's why we have access to all this space, right? We can grab a glider. In fact, that's probably it, that we have to construct something and take him down that way. Maybe. Or at least, if you get up into that position, then I can probably hit him with a shot from above. There we go. Then, go. I was hoping to use the vehicle to run him over, but, you know, works for me. And yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a last fight at the Yuka base. Crystallized charges. Unstoppable weapon for the man himself. Well, we'll see. Eastern abandoned mine. Okay. More crystallized charges, probably, but we'll see. Suggested sending to the surface first of all, we'll see. I mean, who needs guideposts? We're able to find our way. Unless everything is cut off. Schema stones, yeah, we'll do that. What I'm really hoping for is a crystal refinery for upgrading the battery, but very nice complete set. Okay, what do we pick up this time? Hopefully that amazing saw blade vehicle. Not quite, but we'll take it. Yeah, we know, but yeah, we can't just build multi-batteries and disassemble. Although having multiple batteries up here is maybe still a good thing. We attach the two together. And then register that. Totally out of favorites now. But anyway. Yeah, we might as well do the hovercraft just to test it. Let's go to the lamp too, that's nice. But what we really want is that car. We can somehow save that. And scan it. Maybe we need to put another part on it. First, perhaps. Because we can't disassemble it further, but if we attach something to it and detach it. Maybe? Or maybe we just have some additional component like a battery or a lamp. Maybe just put a battery on it. Save it that way. So yeah, reverting it to its previous build doesn't actually do enough, but if we do this, then maybe. Let's put it on top of the stabilizer. Favorites are full, let's take something off. I think we actually want to redo the minecarts at some point anyway. So just one with batteries, one without. Let's take off the battery one for the time being and see. We need more slots. Yeah, because the fan's kind of off-center on these anyway, so we want to redo it. And yeah. Okay, let's activate. Probably just another shop. Yeah, we know that. What have you got? We probably want more charges. In fact. But we know where to get them now, so. So we can do the hovercraft. But you know we want to use the other one. Face the other way, actually. Yeah, let's just ride over to the next location. I think ramming an electric shoe is probably a bad idea, but beyond that, one battery's going to give me plenty of juice. Maybe we should put a light on this thing. That's okay, we'll follow the other light sources, and that should actually suffice. Battery's gonna go pretty soon, but it's okay. What a beautiful ride. Okay, next one's actually pretty close too. Maybe we'll just take it. You know the battery's almost depleted. Maybe it'll be a smooth journey anyway. It's really close by if I mapped it accurately. Quite close. Assuming we don't have any issues with the canyon. Battery's gonna pop, that's okay. Maybe it's not that close. Also, we can totally bust everything down. As we go, whoa. This is a bit precarious. Let's climb back. Great. All-terrain vehicles really proving their worth. But we can stop the battery for a moment and just reposition, maybe. While we wait for it to charge. Whoop. Probably did need to put a lamp on this thing, but, you know. Better quickly, we got to another conspicuous circular platform that we don't know what to do with yet. Actually, it gets pretty far in one charge, so. except for that guy. Yeah, that was just an accurate pin. You just clean up a whole bunch of this and then see what this is. It looks like it's probably another arena of sorts. Miner's Mask, that's a full set. I wonder what the full set will do. It's a huge glow bonus. Yeah, we might as well just keep it. While we're down here, it makes a couple things easier. Oh, you've seen this. Same shop as everybody else now. Right, these structures are basically just mining equipment. I thought about searching these for charges. Grand Poe. Plus 20 on that one. Looks like there is an enemy base between here and there, but I suppose we'll see. And yeah, we've been speeding through a lot of these without actually stopping along the way, but it just kind of made sense just given the proximity of a lot of these towers to each other. Well, let's see, because this is an open road that should be a fairly easy drive. We should totally see if we can get a light bulb in this thing. At the next assembly point, though. Yeah, you just run everybody over. Let's not use my best bow against this thing. rockets, we need lights. That's okay, we got triple glow now. We might be fine without external lighting. Looks like we do need a glider though for this one. Don't really want to do that fight. At the moment. Oh, yeah, we're gonna get nuked here. Not careful. Whoa. Come on, control pad. Let's go. Well, let's light this up and take a look at the terrain, because it does require a glider. We'd need to know.
Yeah.
I think it will.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's sort of the equivalent of the cliffside. And as everywhere else, the world here is just kind of inverted. Up is down and down is up. Okay, so it's not going to be quite so trivial to make it to that location. Probably need a glider, which we can assemble and fly at any time we want, but given that, I think I'm actually going to turn back to the previous node. Use that as a staging point for our operations next time around, and we'll probably just call it a day. After having acquired the miner suit here, it's probably a pretty nice place to stop. And yeah, we'll just use that as our point for the next set of plans. And that way we can kind of take our time back here and explore it properly. And eventually make it back over to where we wanted to go in the first place, which was back to the former Great Plateau, or that whole series of quests. So anyway, we gotta had a sweet ride this time around. Interesting location, interesting suit. This will probably be a decent place to adjourn. So that'll be pretty much it for today. We'll continue, hopefully, with this vehicle next time. Had a very productive session, and it was fun as always too. Some people around to ask me how I ever managed to get down here with no glider after all this time. We're going to see if there's anybody in particular who's rateable, but regardless of what we choose, thank you for watching. We'll be around every day that I'm able, which so far has been every day since launch. We'll see if that can continue. I would love it to continue. We have so much more to do down here in the depths. So have fun with whatever it is you're playing or watching. Hope to see you again. And as always, fare thee well.